Welcome in, welcome in. How's everybody? This weather would make up its mind what the heck it's gonna do. One day it's hot, next day it's cold, just back and forth. Today is rainy. Jump on the so internet real quick. See what we got going on. If you're just coming in, this is a Wednesday night helps show. We are not trying to sell you or going to sell you anything. Our store is always open. We use that as an encyclopedia for you guys. Everything that I use on a daily basis is in there. We jump on the computer, get a bigger screen up here real quick. Mm. All right, welcome in. Welcome in. You have your first show scheduled Saturday. Handmade earrings. Did you use the code? I hope you used the code to do your first show. I hope. Yeah. Get up to $150 for doing your first show. Let's see. This one. Okay. Welcome in. Again, my name is Brock. This is the Wednesday Night Help Show. We do this every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And we are here helping folks. If you have any questions, concerns, let us know. If you're a new seller, if you have any questions, this is kind of the time to do so. Let me back this up real quick and I'll put that in the chat for you. There we go. Handmade earrings. Do you have them in your shop? You might put some of those actual earrings in your shop. You know what I'm saying? Um, Understand that there's a bin and then there's going live. But right now, I don't see any in your actual like bin. So you might go in there and put just several pairs of those earrings in there. 5.0 rating. Sold a couple items. Have a couple thousand followers. Cool, cool. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you? Yeah, back this up just. You need to take a pic. Yeah, you need to take a couple pictures and add those to your story. Check out your page. All right. Again, let me read a couple things before we get going here real quick, and then I'll go take a look at your page, okay? My show notes are up. Make sure you go read my show notes. All right. Go read my show notes. Read those real quick. Understand that there's $150 for doing your first show. Some minimal requirements: doing a 2-hour show, having 10 unique buyers, and selling 250 items. You'll get $150. So make sure that before you get going, you've used that code. I've plugged it in a couple times. All sellers, if you are new on this platform, I will tell you, do your homework. It's a little bit different than some of the other things that you've maybe used in the past. It's an amazing place with an amazing community, but you do need to do your homework. Understand what you're getting into, how the dynamics and the different tools work. Have the correct tools in your toolbox. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you've got your light. Make sure you've got your ruler. Make sure you got your tape. Make sure you got your numbering system or a marker. You know, you show up to work on a car and you don't have your tools, it's going to be really hard to work on your car. So make sure you have all those tools in your toolbox. Set some goals for yourself. Okay. Have a business plan. Set down and create a plan of approach, attack, and continuance. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very important that you have a plan, marketing strategy, your investment strategies, what you're going to put towards merchandise, what you're going to put into maybe promoting yourself. Um, have good merchandise. I think quality items with quality prices is success. Okay. Those two things are dynamic and really will help you grow. Okay. Again, quality prices with quality items. Okay. Um, bad crap, fake stuff, counterfeit stuff, it all breaks and you're going to get negative feedback. So just don't even go down that route. The cheap, there's a difference between a Chinese made yesterday brooch and a piece of ice. You know what I'm saying? One's going to break on you. And after a couple years, it's going to be gone. That really nice piece of ice or Juliana is going to last a lifetime. So bring positivity. I think having a good attitude, not necessarily too much either way, but definitely having a positive outlook and positive outreach is definitely huge on being on the platform. Be inviting. Okay, be inviting. All items in my store I use on a daily basis. These serve as a reference guide for new sellers. I don't care whether you buy them. I mark them up to cover my cost. Okay, but those are the items that I use in every show. Understand that your fees on the platform look like this. You're going to be charged 8%. It's what Whatnot makes. You're also going to be charged 2.9%. And that is kind of a processing fee, and then 30 cents. It's like using a credit card machine, right? And that's 30 cents per transaction. So you're looking at 10.9 plus 30 cents per 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 transaction. Okay. I am not an employee of Whatnot, and everything I state in the show is my personal thoughts and ideas and opinions. If I ever say the word we, I'm referring to myself or maybe my mods or somebody in the room. I'm never referencing that as to a Whatnot and what they think. Okay. This broadcast is sole property of Whatnot and or Disabled Vet for the private use of this audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this broadcast without written consent is prohibited. I reserve all rights. Okay. It keeps people from going and taking little bits and pieces and pasting it there and here or there. I have a legal recourse. So that is in my show notes. Also, if I do any giveaways, I do follow all state and federal regulations. Each state is different. So make sure that you are looking at your particular state and what's required. There are states that require you to be 18, 19, and 21. But all my state and federal regulations and the rules to those giveaways are posted under my profile thing. Terms of service on Whatnot, I don't really care what they say. Abide by those, but state and federal laws definitely outreach their terms of service. So I post that to cover myself. Again, I am in Oklahoma and do follow all state and federal regulations regarding giveaways. Okay. In no way, shape, or form do I use it as a Powerball or a lottery system or anything like that. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. I think we're good. I also post this on YouTube. I also place this on Facebook. Okay. You can go back and watch it. Okay. You can watch last week's, week before's. Okay. We go over a lot of the same thing. These are in the shop. Okay. If you don't know how to ship on Whatnot, it's a little bit different. And once you understand it and you master it, you don't even have to mess with it ever again. It's just so easy. Okay. A lot of people get going and they really don't understand the shipping process, and it's not just a walk in the park in the beginning. You really have to understand the dynamics of the shipping on Whatnot. So it's very important. Okay. Best $4 you'll spend gets you from my house to your house. Okay. Big thing right here. Create a bunch of these. Not just one shipping profile. Create you a bunch. Any shipping profile you create for yourself is going to be available for any auction you run. Okay. A lot of the big sellers will teach this. This is what their setup will look like. It didn't really meet my needs. because I ship a lot of things under 16 ounces. Okay. So I use this here. How to ship those 74-cent envelopes. 1 to 5 pounds, 5 pounds plus. Okay. Best practices. I'm using the wrong one. Our two sponsors for this print. Okay, thank you to our sponsors. All these people will help you. They're awesome. Lady K, That Good Goods, Second Life Treasure, Faye West Designs, and Miss Jane. Go follow them. They're amazing folks. Okay, as well as our sponsors. We thank you so much. Again, best $4 you'll spend on the platform. All right. When you get a chance, can you talk about in your brochure the auction setup? Yes, absolutely. First of all, I love your logo. Okay, I'm going to show your logo. Okay, switch you around here right quick. Say something else in the chat for me. Hello. There you go. See your logo. You have a great logo. I love the colors, but you're going to have to bold those letterings. Let me see if I got a pointer or something here. It definitely will work, but I think you need to go in there and blow it up and really smack me in the face with it. See how Lady K shows up? We have a hard time if I covered up your name. Okay. I know. I know I did. But I would blow this up. I can see what it says, but I want you to like see how Lady K's, you can actually read hers. We have a hard time making yours out in the. So, is there any way we can? Like, I love the colors. I think it all works. I definitely can see it. Like when I click on it, it's a little bit bigger. But if there's any way we could. Upcoming modern vintage company, which I love the name. I'm gonna tag on you a little bit because you're new. Hope you don't mind. Kept everything to the left, which is great. I'm gonna tag on you a little bit. When you create these shows. Let me get my old ruler out here. You're new. A lot of the bigger sellers could do this and get away with it. But for you, you want people to find you. So you need to get rid of all this right here and put in actual like merchandise. So I'd love to see like modern and vintage jewelry. If you have Weiss or Juliana or gold or silver, I'd much rather you do that versus what you've done here. Okay. Um, mhm. Picture looks great. You're missing size. Okay. And I would put vintage in there, vintage Avon, Kessentine ring size 7. What else could we put in there? I'd like to see some more language in here for this ring. Antique, vintage, costume jewelry, Avon, okay. Kessington ring, size 7, size 6. Okay. That's what I'd like to see. Oh, no worries. Now you know. Sunshine. Advice on your profile. First off, I love your photo. I'm gonna switch around and show you. We can't read it. Okay. Can't read it. And you're closer than I am. Okay. So this right here, you're gonna have to change the colors and play with that. I know that it says the Gypsy Jewel Box because I'm like really close to it, but you're gonna have to go in there and you're gonna change that so we can actually read it. The picture is fabulous. Okay. Absolutely love the picture. Okay. I would highlight these little flowers, really make those pop. Okay. But as far as the wording, we have a really hard time reading that. And I think you can be creative enough to make that a little bit more readable. Okay. Let me see here. It's like really close there. Um, Dina, and I specialize in vintage costume and timeless glam, mid-century jewelry from Trifari, Weiss, and more. All jewelry is created by yours truly, the Gypsy Jewel Box. That's fine. Yeah. Might put in there, like, if there's going to be certain days you're running Wednesdays at 6, or, again, you don't have to, but I think consistency will help you grow. I'm not very consistent at all, but I think for a lot of you folks, creating a consistent time, letting the people that love you come back and keep coming back. Your show, you have two scheduled, which is great. Always, 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 if you have one show, have a second show scheduled. Friday at 9, Tuesday at 9 a.m. I'm going to tell you the two time frames you're in are very, very packed, and it will be very competitive at 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. Okay. Um, I think Friday at 9 p.m. Yeah, you're facing some of the biggest jewelry sellers on the platform. Okay. Friday and Sunday, 7 o'clock on to about, I would say like 10 o'clock is very, very competitive. That's my category. So I know. Um, so Friday night, you might think about changing the date on that to maybe a day during the week. Um, if you can. The Tuesday show, 9 a.m., that's going to be very competitive time too. Um, I would say as early as you can on Tuesday morning. Okay. If I were you, I would go as early as you can. And I'm talking like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. You think I'm crazy, but 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Mm, so I don't know competitive times for all the different categories, but when I see that somebody's in my category, I can tell you the competitive time frames. As a new seller, I always recommend you guys go on super late at night, okay, or super early in the morning. And the reason being is you will get a lot more raids than if you were running during the day. Okay. So what happens is a lot of the smaller sellers will raid into those bigger sellers, realizing they've got 200 customers in the room, hoping to get that call out. Versus if I'm a small store and I'm raiding into another small store that only has 5 or 10 people, right? So in the evening, when all the big dogs have gone to sleep, it's kind of the time as a new seller, I think, is really approachable, and you'll do best with your numbers. Okay. Can you show at the end of your show how you see who bought what and how to go in order of pulling, etc.? I bought a sticker number Listen, you don't need to buy stickers, okay? It's a waste of money. There's a much easier way of doing it, okay? If you're starting off, you don't have to spend a lot of money. Painter's tape and a marker, okay? Painter's tape and a marker is all I've ever used, or I write directly on the envelope. And I'll go through my entire process with you guys, how I do it. Again, everybody has their own way and techniques, but for me, this is how, we ran 300 and something items the other day in just a couple hours, so, um, and then I'm able to ship it within an hour or two. So I'll go through the entire process, how I do things. Absolutely, Carney. Thank you for your service. Cami, I'm sorry. Thank you, Cami. Thank you so much. If you ever need anything down along those lines, any questions, concerns, I'm pretty involved with the VA system as well. So um, just depending on what you got going on, but I can definitely help on some of those avenues. And if you have kids or anything, kind of some of the scholarships and scholarships and things that are available to them. All right. Again, if I miss your questions, it's never on purpose. I'm just kind of reading, and my mind just kind of goes in that direction. I don't just sit here and so if for some reason I missed your thing and I don't answer it, just repost it in the thing. I do have the Apexo cameras. Thank you for buying that. Um, this is an Apexo camera. I will use this in every show. Okay. And I our cameras today now, I realize there's some cameras out there that have like 4 or 5 cameras. This might not work for you. You might DM me because I can get a bigger lens. But what happens is our phones are built with a technology of several different cameras, and those cameras all have a job to do. Okay, in focusing and taking pictures. A lot of people run these shows and they have a really bad issue with like blur and stuff like that. It's because one camera is telling you, hey, it's supposed to be focused on this, and this one's supposed to blur everything out. So, what happens is we take this little device, okay, and it just simply fits right over those cameras or those lenses, excuse me, okay, and then we force all of those eyes through a magnification, and we don't have the issues anymore. So, as I'm doing my shows, I get a lot of questions. What are you using? Close this out real quick. Okay. And then all I do, oops, I'm recording, aren't I? We don't want to record, bro. Somehow I open up every doggone app, you know. Okay. Again, super easy, no batteries or anything like that. It just, okay, enables me to really zoom in. And I'll show you on my phone, but that's all it does. Again, when you get this, somebody write me today, mine keeps falling apart. It comes in 3 pieces, okay? It comes in 3 pieces. You just simply fit the clip on, okay? And then this screws right on, okay? So right now I don't have the camera, or I don't have it on. And you'll see how it's trying to focus, right? I put this little eye on. Okay. See how I'm not having the issues? And then I'm able to really zoom in. Okay. And that's what I use. So, but yeah, we'll go through the entire process, how I start my shows and number everything. I still have to make my profile before my first show. What is essential? That it stands out, that it makes sense. Okay. You are going to try at some point going down this journey to be rememberable. Okay. And you're going to want to market yourself at some point. And so, with that, I think your name, along with your profile picture, is down that path. Okay. It is very, very important. The name, the profile picture, and those dynamics are a puzzle piece and they kind of fit together. And so, make sure that you are creating something that's catchy and rememberable. Okay. That's essential. Catchy, fun, creative, you know. Oh, this is the Apexel. It's in my should be in there somewhere. Hold on. And these are in hand. Okay, so these will come to you from here. Did somebody pin it for me already? There you go. Thank you. We do go over profiles. We do take a look at profiles. I'll give you my honest opinion. Okay. We do a little bit of co-hosting. Matter of fact, after the show tonight, I'm going to jump on and co-host with somebody, and that's like at 10:30 or something, 10:45. I forget what the time was, but yeah. But we take a look at things and just give you my honest opinion. Again, a little bit about me. I've been on the platform for a little over a year. We did about $350,000 in sales our first year. Again, I don't run every day. Um, this year we will do way over 500,000. We've owned a couple large companies. I'm a licensed auctioneer and appraiser in the state of Oklahoma. We've worked with some of the largest organizations, including the state and federal government, OU Health Sciences, city mentality or municipalities and stuff like that. Um, am a retired, or excuse me, I'm a my mind just isn't working right. I am I am a veteran, served with the 72nd Security Forces Group. In that, we've had companies with over 150 employees, have a little bit of knowledge of running companies and the dynamics. And so, but love whatnot. I really enjoy the community. I love selling on here. And so that's kind of my path and journey as you guys ask some questions, just so you know. Yeah, sure. Southern sassy girl. My honest opinion is I wouldn't use your profile picture. Okay. I wouldn't use your personal photo as your profile picture. People have a hard time, excuse me, have a hard time with personal pictures. I'd much rather you create some type of like logo, you know, and I say this every week is that as you drive down Main Street, do you know the actual face of the people that own all those businesses or even their names? McDonald's, Burger King, Walgreens, Home Depot, Lowe's. As you are creating a business, unless you're a realtor or a dentist, a lawyer, normally those people are the ones that use their faces. Okay. You're going down a path where you're going to, again, want to market yourself and brand yourself. I think that's a lot more important. Okay. Using your pictures in your live shows, no worries. You know, those look great. I love the turquoise picture. Okay. Love those photos. But as far as your name, the Southern Sassy Girl, I would like for you to try to brand yourself. Okay. Um, I would also tell you that in your profile, you need to, and this goes for everybody. Okay. If yours is your, my mind doesn't change ever. She's a beautiful woman. Okay. I want you to brand yourself here. Okay. These are fine. Absolutely fine. But I want you to brand yourself. Okay. And then the biography here, nobody will read it. So you need to, again, this goes for everybody. I want you to go and kind of look at mine. Okay. I want you to put bullet points over here, add some colors, add some flowers, jump on your phone to edit this, and it's a lot easier. Okay. but I want you to keep everything left of that. Okay. I want you to keep everything left of clips. Take out the verbiage. Okay. Okay. Because what happens is when people open up your profile, if they have to read right, they won't read it. But if it's right here in front of them, when they open it and you bullet pointed it and you've made it easy, they'll read it. Okay. Okay. And that's not me being mean or anything like that. That's just that's the truth. Your shipping time doesn't work. Okay. Southern Sassy. If you do a show, okay, if you do a show and you're new on this platform, you don't have 4 days to ship items. Just so you know, you need to ship them either that day or the next day. No questions. There's no way around it. Okay. And you've probably already gotten a little note from Whatnot. It is an expectation on this platform to be competitive with other sources and other platforms that we as sellers are shipping that day, if not the next day. That's the expectation, not from me, from your buyers and Whatnot. Okay. So make sure that you're jumping on that and you're getting that done. You're scanning those packages. Okay. Again, when I say do your homework, if you're thinking about doing your first show, hear me out. Listen real carefully. If you're going to do your first show, it might be a huge success and it might be nobody in your room. But if you write me and tell me, Brock, there was nobody in my room, that means you didn't do your homework. Because every one of you that has their first show, you have a support system somewhere in this world. Mom, dad, brother, sister, aunts, uncles, daughters, sons, neighbors, church members, baseball teams, bowling teams. Whatever it is you do in this world, in the real world, not Whatnot world, you are involved with somebody. Okay. The very first thing you should be doing is hitting every one of them up in email, in a message, DMing, here is my free $15 code on Whatnot. Come hang out with me. Let me sell you something, and you buy something with Whatnot money. How can you be a failure? Okay. Um, so you need to be spreading the word about Whatnot. That free $15. Okay. Get those people involved in your show, and hopefully in doing that you get other people in your show off of Whatnot that are coming in and loving you. Okay. And buying things from you. Make sure you're doing that. That's part of your homework. Okay. I need a homework list is what I need to create. um, okay. Very, very important that you get your ring of soldiers, your friends, your family involved in your show. Okay. Maybe even invite one of them over. Vinny's, absolutely. Sounds great. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I know everyone is asking, but if you can take a look at mine, I'd appreciate it. This is invaluable. Absolutely. One, I will tell you that you need to play with your image vintage. Okay. I can't read it. And so you're going to have to play with it and blow it up, be creative with it. Okay. Okay. I want to be able to see that image. Sometimes more is too much as far as those profile pictures. It doesn't have to be complicated, y'all. You know, bright colors. Think of think if McDonald's joined this platform, what would their image be? Okay. That's what I want you to do. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have. It needs to stand out. Okay. Some of these folks put way too many things in their picture, and it just is confusing. Make it simple. Make it easy. Make it brightly colored, where it pops. When you enter the room, we all know it's you. If that good enters the room tonight, you'll know she's in here. Lady K's in here. Okay. Those are important characteristics in becoming and growing. Okay. People remember you. Let me take a look here. Again, I don't, if I go out of order, I'm so sorry. If I don't respond to you, it's nothing personal. Just repost it. You don't have anything. Listen, you can definitely capitalize on that image though. Vintage RX. Um, First show jewelry vintage to modern. I'm confused. Okay. Your name is great. Okay. Don't get me wrong here, but you have like an old bottle. So are you like going down the vintage medicine or are you going down the jewelry path? Okay. Instead of that old, almost looks like an old medicine bottle, I would like to see an old perfume bottle. Okay. I know it says vintage RX and it's an old medicine bottle, but you're going down this jewelry line. You know what I'm saying? So I'd kind of like you to, instead of going down the old pharmaceutical bottle path, maybe you're like the doctor of jewelry. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That would make more sense to me than the medicine RX bottle. Big beautiful perfume, French perfume bottle. Um and market yourself as the jewelry doctor is kind of the route I would go with. You're a pharmacist. I got you. I understand. I understand. Um the branding is great. I would like for that image to really hit me in the face. Okay. No matter what you do, the contrast. Okay. That vintage RX needs to stand out. It needs to punch me in the face. Okay. This all down here is fine. You know, if you don't want to change your bottle, I get that too. Okay. In your bio, it would make a lot more sense if I came in here and I read, hey, my name is blah blah blah. I'm a pharmacist of 15 years. Okay. Hold on. Some people walking. Curious what they're walking. I don't know who that is. Okay. So in here, you need to have your bio. Okay. And I would like to see, because then I'd be like, oh, she's a pharmacist. But pound me in the face with that vintage RX. Okay. When you enter the room, that's what I should see. And if you're going to schedule one show, go ahead and schedule another show. Don't do, you have a show scheduled tomorrow. If I come in there and I absolutely love you and you don't have another show scheduled, listen, I've forgotten you in a week because you're new. Okay. So it's very important that if you schedule one show, you have another one scheduled and you can change that date. You know what I'm saying? But I come in tomorrow and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love her. I love the RX. Um, but you don't have anything else for me to bookmark. You've potentially lost me as a customer in your upcoming shows. You don't want to restart over and over and over. So create two shows. Understand that you can edit and change those. Okay, let me look in your shop real quick. Uh, nice. I will tell you, you did hit the nail on the head with your descriptions. Okay, lots of information there. Pictures are okay. Understand what I'm buying. Understand what it is. It's awesome. Again, creating titles to your buy it now items is so imperative and so important. Okay. You don't care where this item gets where you just all you care is that this item gets sold, right? You don't care where the traffic comes from. And when you are using descriptive titles, your item after about 3 weeks becomes findable on other search engines like Google. That will listen. They type in, "Hey, this beautiful vintage resin cameo, size 9, made by Avon. My wife lost last week in the ocean." She goes to Google and types that in, or I do. They're going to find your post. They're going to find your listing. Okay. And they're going to direct it over to Whatnot to buy it. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that you are using those titles to be very descriptive. On that, I love it. Just so you know, I'm your host on the platform too. I'm the community host in the jewelry section. You found the right guy. Um, should scheduled shows always have pics added? What do you mean? Pics of what? It's going to make you put at least one picture, and you can also always add video, just so you know. But yeah, it's going to make you put at least one. As far as creating a bin, not necessarily. I didn't do bin for my first 6 months of my shows. I set up a bin just for you guys, really. Okay, estate sale shows. I'm going to be very honest with you, Jessica. The estate section is very competitive. Okay, very, very competitive. Um, Again, marketing isn't just on Whatnot. Okay, your marketing tools and strategies need to be thinking outside the box. Posting in your local Facebook marketplace. Um, I'm always posting free $15, free $150. If I see a big post somewhere that has like 10,000 people following it, I throw that in there. And I just started doing that. But your marketing strategy should be this: with estate sales, with it being competitive, the picture that you utilize for that show, I would definitely have some of the cream of the crop items, some of the really nicer items, and then utilize that 921 shipping flat rate or whatever, um, flat rate 921. Okay. I would also, if you're doing $1 starts or $2 starts, put that on the picture. Clocks, coins, sterling, anything like that. And I would probably schedule those shows, if it were me, at least 2 weeks out. Okay. When you start your show, if you have a budget for advertising, listen to me. If you don't have pen and paper right now, you want to have pen and paper. Yeah, you can go rewatch the show. Okay. And sometimes run 2, 3, 4 hours, but have pen and paper. And as I talk, write down some of these ideas. And then I want you to think about them and expand them to what fits your need. Okay. If you're going to do an estate sale and you're going to run it on this platform, you have a huge audience out there. Getting them to find you through all the weeds is sometimes hard. I would say having a marketing budget, okay, and that marketing budget needs to go towards. I'm going to teach you 7 things here. There's 2 ways you can pay for it, okay? If you go over to the right, it says promote. One is for 15 minutes, okay? The other one is for 1 hour up to the entire duration of your sale. There are certain hours that those are going to be crazy amounts of money, okay? I've seen them at 60, 70, $80 sometimes. But they charge you per hour to push and drive traffic to your room. And it gives you an estimated number of how many people. After the show, it'll tell you how many people it brought in, okay? And what they spent based off your marketing budget. But those are 2 ways. Now listen to me. Do not promote yourself when you're talking. Don't spend that money to promote when you're not selling anything. Listen, if you got a $500 item coming up and you have a good selection coming up, that's when you want to promote yourself. Unless you're promoting your whole show, you got a budget, doesn't matter. You're like, listen, I got $500 to throw away or $200 to throw away, whatever. But there's two tools, promotion tools that Whatnot says, listen, we'll drive traffic into your room. One is 15 minutes, one is 1 hour up to the duration. Now, if you choose the 1 hour one, you'll have to go up to the right hand corner and toggle off entire show. And then what will pop up is it'll ask you, do you want to do 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? Okay. And it'll give you an estimate price, and it's going to charge you that. So if the bid is $50, again, you can lower it, up it to fit your need. Um, but it's going to charge you that per hour. So if it's $25 and you select 3 hours, you're going to spend $75 on your show. Those are two paid ways. Okay. Two paid ways. Here comes the other five. Run over a 2 hour show. After 2 hours, your numbers start picking up. Something to do with the algorithm. Your first show, normally they're driving traffic into your room. Okay. They want you to make it. They want you to have a good experience. They want you to come back. They want you to become an addicted seller, not a buyer. They want you to start selling. That's how they make money, right? Um, and it's a lot of fun. So get going. But having over a 2 hour show, okay, having conversation in the room, okay, that's important. Having conversation, people tapping. If you'll tap my screen right now, okay, you see the little hearts. That creates activity, creates momentum. Okay. And by creating momentum, there's two different things when you go into a section. If you click on vintage antique jewelry or you click on community right now, there are two banner boxes that will pop up. One will say premier sellers. Okay. You'll see all the premier sellers. They pop up. Then there will be another one, a couple lines down, that says momentum sellers. That means there's activity in the room. That means you're selling things. That means people are talking. That means people are tapping. What else could momentum be? Okay. Again, I didn't write the algorithm. That's my thought process. So definitely having activity, creating momentum is important in your shows. Okay. Premier seller. What is a premier seller? A premier seller is somebody that has sold over $50,000 in 3 months. It's reevaluated on a monthly basis, and you have to have sold. There's some criteria to becoming a premier seller as well, not just $50,000. All your stats have to be really high as far as your deliveries, open cases. Um, you're not violating any terms of service rules or policies. Those are all kind of part of that becoming a premier seller. What's the advantage of being a premier seller, you ask? Well, becoming a premier seller, you go from 8% down to 7.2% plus 2.9 plus 30 cents per transaction. Okay. You save a little bit of money. Not a ton, but you save a little bit. Again, the platform is very, very competitive already. And so, one of the cheapest places to sell stuff. And so, even getting any kind of discount can be a huge savings. Um, what's the other one? So, one, two, three, four, five, six. I'm missing one. I'll think about it. But those little techniques I told you right there are all things that will help you progress, become bigger and grow and get more traffic into your rooms. Okay. Um, so definitely take advantage of those. Again, there's free ones and there's paid ones. And so, again, having great merchandise at great prices is part of that puzzle piece. Okay. Um, being competitive on pricing. Listen, there's a lot of places people can go to buy things. Understand that the dynamic of this platform is not just having a great item at a great price, but having a great host. Okay. Having somebody that makes people smile and laugh, and it doesn't have to be fake in any way, shape, or form. You don't have to go too far left or right to just have that connection. Okay, you can talk about the fruit trees in your front yard, how you gardened last week, or what an awesome or funny time you had at a garage sale yesterday when you picked up the box and the entire box fell through. Okay, conversations. And if you're one of those people that has a hard time creating conversations, write you down some key points as you're going through life. Like, this would be funny to talk about. This would be fun, and go in those directions when you go in your shows. Because I know not everybody has a gift of gabbing or, um, you know, but have fun. That's part of this process. Okay. You're trying to get more organized to every show. Um, yeah, I understand that. I think you, as a seller, any seller in this room, some of the tools you need to have in your toolbox are a comfortable chair, okay, plenty of rest, of course, your lighting situation where people can see what they're actually looking at. A comfortable chair, I think, is huge. Again, I say this all the time. Most of my shows are at least 8 hours. Me and Lady K have done some 23-hour shows all by ourselves. Okay. Part of that dynamic is having all the tools. You say, Brock, how can you do it? Well, it's really not that hard. I slept, stayed up, had a really comfortable chair, had a cold drink, and having a process of there's not a whole lot of movement here in my chair as I'm doing this. I'm not running around like a chicken with its head cut off, right? I'm just simply grabbing stuff out of my tub and I'm listing it, okay? Putting it in another box. Pretty easy stuff, okay? Organization is key. I think that you have to stay organized to be able to make it a fast process and meet the requirements of whatnot. Okay. If you're not organized, listen, everything's out of chaos. I'm a very organized person. It's over here, isn't it? Let me get on me. Oh, I'm carried in feed. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, how are you? I'm reading. So yesterday living, yesterday living. You say it's so hard. Take your little piece of painter's tape and just cover up the number of how many people are in your room. Ignore it. Okay, really. It doesn't even matter. What you're doing is you're mastering how to do things. You're learning every time you go live. Okay. You're mastering your technique. Doesn't matter if there's two people in there or 500 people. Okay. It doesn't. I want you to master your technique. Sit there and have conversations, but nobody responds. Okay, well, invite your kid in the room, invite your husband, your spouse, whatever. Sit there and have a conversation between two real people in the room. And people like to get involved in that stuff. And so, um, have fun. Again, the numbers shouldn't matter how many people's in there. Okay, it really shouldn't. You are mastering your technique on whatnot. So you sitting there talking to yourself, a lot of times I'm not even looking the conversation over here. Okay. I'm more focused on what I feel like I need to cover in my shows, what I'm showing in my shows, getting my next item up into another box. I miss so much, it's unreal. Okay. And that's okay. Shipping should have you nervous. Okay. If you say shipping makes you nervous, okay. If shipping makes you nervous, that means you have not done enough homework. Do your homework, understand how the dynamics work. Order my brochure, go watch my YouTube, okay? Master the craft, understand the process, okay? And then get going. Anytime somebody says that makes me nervous or that I'm just not for sure, Go do your homework. Don't go to a test unprepared, right? Any test require you to do a little bit of homework. Okay. A little bit of listening and watching and reading how the dynamics in the process works. Whatnot has their own like shows, and there's a lot of folks out there that will help. Um, there's some great videos on YouTube that break it down. Bunny does one of those. I absolutely love her videos. But yeah, just it can be, if you don't set it up right, it can cost you money. Okay, not only in sales, but you didn't charge enough. So you need to make sure that you are hitting that nail on the head. Okay. Again, it can cost you money two different ways here. Your shipping is set too high. And so your buyers come in the room and they're like, listen, it cost me $6, $7 to ship this ruler. I, listen, I am not doing it. Okay. Or you've set this ruler up to weigh 9 pounds, right? Understand the dynamics. You tell Whatnot and Shippo what the actual weight of that item is. And every item that you sell, you need to make sure you're pretty accurate on. Okay. This is 2 ounces. This is 2 ounces. You tell Whatnot that these are both 2 ounces. You now have a 4 ounce package. Okay. That's how it works. Um, Kind of depends on if you're shipping heavier or lighter items on the platform. You'll see a lot of the bigger sellers teaching different things because they're utilizing those flat rate or priority boxes. Okay. So, but it's really easy once you understand the process. Okay. Um, Merla, I think that you probably won't get accepted. Okay. And this is why. It's nothing personal. I don't do raid trains. I've done three, maybe four the entire time I've been on the platform. Listen to me. I want you to think about this. Okay. It's nothing personal. If I have 200 people and they are buying a ton from me, I have the merchandise, I have the following, I've got my investment, I've ended my show, and I'm going to raid into somebody, and you're new and you don't have a big following, you don't have the inventory, and I throw all those people into your train and they all leave, it messes up the next person in line. And so that normally those bigger organized raid trains, those are all big buyers, okay? Or big sellers, excuse me. Those are all normally big sellers rotating and knowing that the next person will also keep, if not add, to that raid train. This is what I would tell you. I don't know what you're selling. You might reach out, if you're in the jewelry category, reach out to Rustic Rose. There are some raid trains that are set up for newer sellers. And what happens is a lot of the jewelry sellers that are medium or bigger understand that they might raid into somebody smaller. Okay. um, and then go to bigger. So they kind of placement of big to small, big to small. She does that treasure trolley if you're in the jewelry category, or she might have turned it over to somebody. But just email Rustic Rose and ask her about the treasure trolley, and she'll redirect you. She's on here somewhere. Okay, Rustic Rose. But it's nothing personal if they turn you away. Okay, I'm just letting you know. It's business. Okay, it's just business. And if you really want to get in there, you need to be hanging out in those people's shows and making friends. You know, a lot of those raid trains, those folks know each other behind the scenes, and so they're all kind of friends. You know, true story. Well, I am glad you're ready to do this. Make sure, okay, make sure, again, I'll say this, Make sure if you're thinking about doing a show, I don't care if you use me, I don't care who you use. If you have a friend on here, somebody that you love, say, hey, send me your seller code. If you've never done a show on the platform, there's $150 available to you. Okay. Minimum requirements. I'll post it in a thing here too. Okay. So make sure that you are yeah, I know she quit. I forgot who she told me was running it now though. But if you'll just email her, she'll tell you who's running that and you can jump on that. Oh, Penelope. I tried my first show today. I was just happy to have a few questions in it, and I had two people at one time. Emily, change your name. Emily, change your name. Okay, as long as you don't have any open orders or undelivered items, my very first suggestion to you would be is change your name. Change your name. That 28475, nobody will ever remember that. Change your name to something unique. Just write Whatnot. Give them a couple options. Make sure that you have searched Whatnot to make sure those names haven't are not already taken. Give them a couple options, okay? Um, but I would definitely change your name. You need a profile picture. You need some profile information, and I don't think you have a second show scheduled. Not to pick on you, okay? You do not. Again, if you schedule one show, have another one because those two people might have came in and loved you today, but they didn't have anything to bookmark. So, and Emily Tisher, I would take your last name off. And two people's a start. That's all it takes to bid on an auction. So 2 years? No, no. Listen. Now you've done 10 shows. Well, congratulations. No, it doesn't take 10 years. Listen, the process is super easy than you think. Okay. The biggest hiccup for most people is that shipping process. Okay. Again, the dynamics of shipping are very important. Okay. One, you don't want your buyer overpaying for shipping. It's a deterrent. They will hesitate to get involved in your show until there's something they really like. Every bid is another dollar in your pocket. So it's not about just selling an item, it's about getting the bids, getting people involved. Okay. I treat every bid as though it's a sell because they just bid that item up. They just made more money for that item for me. Okay. So don't really focus on the final sell, but getting them people involved in bidding, creating that demand, creating that want. Okay. That's important. Where were you going with the QR code $150 thing? So doing your first show, there's $150 available to new sellers. Okay. You have to do over 2 hour show with 10 unique buyers. And then you have to sell $250, which sounds crazy, but it's super easy. Okay. If there's $250 on the table, or excuse me, there's $150 on the table, you're going to set yourself up to make that $150. Okay. So again, 2 hour show, 10 unique buyers, and $250 in sales. You can make $150. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been a buyer, if you've come over to the seller side, if you've never done a show before, absolutely. You can utilize that and you'll get it during your first show. Linda, some of that's pretty confusing. It really is. Some of it's pretty confusing. Um, I would say go in and use rehearsal mode as well. Okay. Go down, do rehearsal mode. That is like creating a show, but it's all fake. They go in there and play with everything, try to screw everything up. In rehearsal mode, it is set up there for you new people to create shows and play with it. I still play with it. Just going in and creating some of the dynamics. What if I did this or what if I did that? So I still play with the rehearsal mode every now and then. No, it doesn't matter how long you've been on as a buyer. It's for your first show. Absolutely. Let me take a look, Salty. Salty Chick, love your name. I would try to capitalize again on some kind of actual like slogan or theme versus a personal picture of you guys. All right. I want you to brand yourself. Salty Chick. I want to know that Salty Chick has just entered the room. Okay. Your profile picture kind of says it, but I can't read it really well. Okay. Okay. You're seeing what I'm seeing. Can you tell that Salty Chick up there? Not enough info. I have no idea what I'm getting into here. Salty Chick pools. I don't know you and you're kind of newer. I have no idea what salty chick pools are. Okay. I want to see some information here. Again, you guys, a lot of folks go in and they mimic these bigger sellers. Realize these bigger sellers have a huge following. They can go on at any point of the day, at any time of the day, and they're going to have 67, 200 people in the room. It doesn't matter if they put my dog pooped here. Okay. No matter what they do, when they go live, every one of their followers gets a notification. For you newer people, you are trying to create a following. It is very, very important that you don't put just salty chick pools. You're still laying the groundwork and creating who you are and what you're about. More information. Beatable pins, jewelry making. I want to see the word jewelry here. I want to see pins, beads. You know what I'm saying? Craft. Because I don't know you. And then when you go up here to your search engine or your search of whatnot, we're going to find you because you've used those words. Okay. Does that make sense? There's a lot of big sellers on here. And I realize you guys in the normal realm of things, it's like, how do I mimic that? They do it, so I'm going to do it. Realize with growth, you're enabled to do less and get more. Some of those mimicking techniques are great and they work, but some of those techniques you have to realize that they're already known and you're not. Okay. So you're going to have to give more information. Okay. More information. Don't cut corners. Be creative, have fun with it, but make yourself findable. Okay. Okay. I have no idea about Royal Gladiator Genius Hair Revival, and I'm not picking on you in any way, shape, or form. I want you to think about this. What makes me want to come buy your Royal Gladiator Genius Hair Revival versus anywhere else on the platform? What do these things go for? Hold on. I don't know anything about this product other than it curls your hair. Um, Hair Revival Technology. Okay. It is a very, very competitive. There are a lot of hair straighteners out there, apparently. Um, but again, is that item, when we look at that salty chick, is that item comparable in the market? Yes, it's a great product. Is your price comparable? Why would I want to buy it from you versus someone else? Okay. So make sure that your investments or you're getting involved in things that you are very competitive with the market. Okay. Because again, you're competing with next day deliveries on a lot of this stuff. Okay. So just remember that. Okay. I will tell you your titles are great, very informative, know exactly what the product is, makes it very findable on other search engines. Makeup Revolution Soap Styler. Um, Makeup Revolution Soap Styler. I have no idea what that is. Is there any other words you could put in there to make it more findable? That one's pretty short. And then the IAM Beautiful 2.0. Is that mascara? Is that makeup? Okay. Um, I would definitely get rid of the F off one. Okay. In your store. You do again, as a business, you don't want to go too far left or too far right. I don't even know because your bin is not set up with explicities that you can actually have that photo. Okay. But I think that is really, for me, you know, maybe I do say that word every now and then, and I'm not saying I do, but you'll have a lot of people that word will be very offensive to. Okay. Especially in the makeup realm. Okay. You're dealing with a lot of women. You're dealing with a lot of older women. Okay. You're dealing with a lot of churchy women. Okay. Yeah, I understand you're dealing with the young girls and it's no big deal. But listen, 50% of those people you might be offending. Is it worth it? Okay. So it is better to be neutral and not too far left or too far right. And immediately when they see that product, they're gone. Yeah. I mean, it just does. And again, I'm not trying to any way, shape, or form. I just want to point you in a direction because I see a lot of sellers that are amazing sellers, but their mouth gets them in trouble. If they didn't have the mouth and cuss and swear so much, they would probably pick up 30 or 40% more volume. As a business, your job is to be neutral, not too far left, not too far right, and not to offend anybody. That's business. I don't care where or what the money looks like as long as it's American dollars, right? I don't care who spends it. And so with that realm and with that being said is how do I not offend anybody? Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. And that's a lot of people, to each and every one of you in the show tonight, understand your customer. Okay. There might be shows out there that works for. I will tell you in the women's category and the jewelry category, that is not the direction you want to go. Okay. Again, you see people in there with a lot of people in their shows. They probably lose a ton of people because of their mouths. Okay. If they didn't speak that way or go too far this way or that way, they would probably have even a bigger amount of people on their show. Okay. Um, Thought process here on this. Listen, you're not either. Um, Michelle's Dills is in the room. If you guys don't know who she is, she's amazing. Um, Absolutely amazing person. Very, very upbeat, very personable, very approachable. And so she's kind of a whatnot. What is it? We could call her like Mrs. Whatnot if you wanted to. I mean, She's like business executive that will go out to the pasture and step in the horse poo and the cow dong to get to your antiques for you guys. You know, that's who Michelle is. And you can find Tiffany jewelry boxes in there for, 30 or $40. Am I bonded? If yes, with whom? So let me ask you a question. What is the purpose in asking if I'm bonded? I know what it is. Electric flippers. You don't necessarily have to be bonded unless there's some kind of state rule or regulations. To be an actual auctioneer in the state of Oklahoma, yes, you have to be bonded. It is very gloomy today. That's what I said earlier when I jumped in the show. I was like, one day it's cold, one day it's hot, one day it's cold, then it's tornado day, then it's gloomy day. Like I'm so over all this crazy weather. Yes, so auctioneers are bonded. So when you represent a state agency, Hiscox is who I use. HISCOX, and I carry a $2 million bond. Um, but I don't do a lot of live auctions anymore. But for 20 years I did. Is it like that there in California too? I think of it like this. Is it important to turn the camera around? Do you have to? No, you don't. But I think that you create connections. You create a reality for the customer as to, yeah, they know somebody's real behind the camera, but you create a face with that voice, And so I think that's important to every now and then to make that connection and turn that camera around and say, hey, how you doing? Um, but again, do you have to? You don't. But do I think it's important? It's like if you talk to somebody on the phone for 6 months and you never got to see who they were, you know what I'm saying? You dated somebody for 3 months and didn't know what they look like. Be kind of hard. Oh, I was thinking they're asking bonded to whatnot. No, bond. So auctioneers are bonded. It protects them and the companies they represent. Again, I work for the state of Oklahoma, and it required, I think it was they only required a $1 million bond. If you work for the federal government, it required a $2 million bond. Yeah, you want me to take a look at your, first of all, I love your name. Okay. Brassy Vault. Dr. Brassy. You're almost washed out a little bit. Okay. Let me flip you around. I don't know why, but you looked washed out. You'll see that. Your face, I would like for your red hair to really stand out in your picture. Your face almost looks a little washed out. I know you're a redhead. I get it. Okay. I would love for your hat and the dynamics on your hat to really pop as well. Okay. Um, I much rather you, again, I'm not too big on personal profile pictures. Okay. I would much rather you try to brand yourself. And so, even if you wanted to just use that hat and make that beautiful feather come out, okay? Big old brass piece on that top hat and that big, beautiful, okay? Brand yourself, okay? 5.0 rating, 222 followers. You are super new, 312 items. Glad you got it. You're under the 1 day shipping, or you're the 1 day and under. Um, your actual pictures of your, all right. Glad there's some other people in here. Your opinion. Again, just because everybody else does this, stand out in a crowd. It's okay to use this every now and then, but I want to see some actual physical items, a real picture. Okay. By doing that, you will really set yourself aside from everybody else that's doing this right here. Okay. Again, it's okay to do this every now and then, but I'd much rather see for you new sellers some physical items in your pictures. Show hits the nail on the head. Vintage, you don't need the comma. Okay. Does you no good. Absolutely kind of hurts you. Get rid of the comma. Vintage, antique, get rid of the word and. Custom jewelry. Because what happens is when you put in the word and right there, you've another word could have popped up here. Okay. Get rid of Cora or the comma, get rid of the comma, get rid of the comma, get rid of the comma. Okay. Vintage, antique, custom, jewelry, show. Juliana, Haskell, Weiss, Coro, um, Sterling. One of the biggest search words on the platform is the word sterling. Okay. Just so you know. Okay. Take out all the verbiage. And, okay. Other than that, it looks great. Except for, again, I'd much rather you keep everything to the left of my ruler. Bullet point it, make it pretty. Again, when people have to read it, they won't. They just don't care. They've been reading all day. Okay. But if you bullet point it and keep it all to the left of clips, they'll read it. It hits them in the face. Okay. Bullet point 40 years, vintage jewelry collecting. Instagram, you know, what's the other one? TikTok. Okay. And I want to make sure that everybody knows if you are going to Austin this weekend and somebody is offering you tickets, they're non transferable. I've seen some of the biggest sellers on this platform offering tickets. That is not how this works. There is a you have to have signed up, you have to give in your information, you have to bring a state ID. It's not tickets are non-transferable. Okay. If you don't have a ticket, there's no way of getting a ticket. Okay. For security reasons, all kinds of different reasons. There's a release form. You know, I thought I was going bungee jumping on the platform or this weekend after I signed that release, you know. So tickets are not for sale. They're non-transferable, just so you guys know that. I saw some of the biggest sellers going, listen, I got an extra ticket. I'm like, that's not how this works. Tra- Tickets are non-transferable. Um, Bookmark your seller support show coming up. Appreciate the time. Michelle's amazing. Absolutely very encouraging, very respectful. And so, yeah, definitely go check out her shows. Also, Lady K is in the room right now. You guys go hang out with her. She's super knowledgeable. You can always write her as well if you don't get a hold of me. Um, okay. Am I missing some of the chat here? Hold on. My chat is not moving over on this side of the screen. Let me re-up it. Let me see. Where are we at? Absolutely. Can you show the other thing I was asking how to pull your items and see who gets what when you pull orders? So I have to be real careful for privacy reasons. Realize in doing this, people like to sit in the background and report you for any stupid little thing. And again, I have to abide by all the rules and regulations and be very careful in how I show things. I will start from let's just start from the beginning. Okay. I think that's important. Okay. And I'm going to turn the camera around. I'm going to show you how I set things up. I don't think that it's a bad thing. I just think that as a new seller, there are so many people that create these avatars and they go into chat GPT and they create to set your site apart, creating a real picture with real items, I think is more triggering and more inviting. Okay. And so if there's 10 people running the show at the exact same time and you're the only person that has a picture of some really good items, I think people are going to enter your show versus the other nine. So there is a Whatnot convention in Austin this weekend. JTL. Again, I will walk you through the entire process. Give me 1 second. JTL 52. First of all, I want you to brand yourself. I don't know how you go about doing that with JTL 52. Underscore in there as well. For me, that is really, really hard to really brand. But I want to think again, Janet, I want you to try to brand yourself. You only have 600 followers. You've only sold 117 items. So I really want you over the next couple days to be thinking, if I was to go open a store in my town, would I call it JTL 52? If I was going to create a sign to hang on my store, would it be called JTL 52? Probably not. Okay. Brand yourself, please. And I'm not saying you have to, you can be creative with the JTL and still be JTL. I'm just saying JTL underscore 52, nobody's going to remember long term. Okay. Brand yourself. Simple, easy, don't overdo it. Get your profile picture, I wouldn't make it of you. I would take your last name off. Kept everything pretty much to the left. What looks fine. Your shop. Uh, Left and chicken, hen rooster. If I go in right now and I put in Google left and chicken, hen rooster, how many of those am I going to find? How do you get on that first page of Google? Okay. You don't care where the sell comes from. You just want to sell that chicken, right? So make sure you're using all the target words. Is that glass? Is it pottery? Is it, you know what I'm saying? Life size keywords. Make sure you're using them. Okay. And that goes for every one of your items. Looking at your shows. You only are using two, you got like 20 or 30 show 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 16 24 25 to 6 to 7. You have 28 shows scheduled and you're using only two different I would probably change my pictures up just a little bit. Okay. Really let your audience know what they're getting into. Again, beautiful lady, but with your show pictures, I would like to see, switch it around so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'd really like to know what I'm getting into. Okay, this picture is great. Vintage toys and plush. Again, I would add more words to that, of course, if it were me. If there's strawberry Smurfs, you got Pez, you got dolls. Listen, the word dolls, I don't know why you don't have that in your title. Okay. The word Smurfs, I don't understand why you don't have that in your title. Okay. These shows, I have no idea what I'm getting into, other than it's home decor, vintage, and shakers. Okay, granny core, country core, cottage core, MCM, vintage glass. Again, you don't need any of the commas. Okay, it's just taking up space. It's actually directing you could, other words would be showing up here if you had 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 spaces removed from that title. In the item name, I don't care what your description says. Okay. That item title is what's being searched on Google, on whatnot, any search engine. It's not searching the description, it's searching that title. So it's very, very important as you're creating those titles that you're utilizing those spaces and putting as much information as you can to be findable. Okay. If your profile is accurate, we are all close to each other. If whose profile is accurate? Mine? Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I can get dressed up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I can get dressed up a little bit. Listen, I'll tell you who's dressed up all the time. Michelle's always dressed up as an executive. I thought she was like the owner of the place when I first had a meeting. All right, y'all ready to see the magic? Okay, what I do, I'm sitting at my desk. I have a computer. Okay. I use a computer for the brains of the operation. I have a couple lights. Again, I'm not like really set up. I mean, this is my always setup. A couple O-ring lights on top of here. Again, my lights in my house are not super bright because I have a seizure issue. So all my lights in my actual house are a low beam. But my show lights are very bright. Okay. I also use this little thing here. Okay. My phone goes in this. Okay. I kind of made this thing because they didn't actually have one. So I made this. Phone goes in here. Okay. And sit, a lot of them are on stands and that kind of thing. I wanted mine kind of lower. And so I just kind of made this. I found me this is a computer holder. And then I bought an O ring and just ripped the actual thing off of it and put it in that holder. Okay. I'm going to take you out of this holder that I'm currently in. And so, as you can see, going right into that. Okay. Table needs to be cleaner. You know, I've got lights, I've got things to hang my stuff on. Okay. What happens is on the right side of me is all my jewelry. Okay. I have just tubs and tubs of jewelry. I have all my merchandise on one side of me. On the left side of me is where it's going to go after it sells. Okay. So each and every item, let me get something real quick to tell y'all. Let's say I was selling a sterling silver ring. Okay. I'd bring it up to the camera, show it off, put it on a sizer, right? Once it's sold, it goes into an envelope, padded envelope. Okay. I'm not, after the show, I'm not sitting there wrapping nothing. I'm not having to buy bubble wrap. Bubble wrap's expensive. This is a lot cheaper, cost effective. Simply drop it in the bag, seal that bag, and I write number one on it. That's all I do. Okay. From there, it goes over. Take you out of fold over here. I just simply take that number one and it goes over here into my little categorization area. Okay. Two would go there, three would go there, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, all the way up to 200. Okay. Once this box is full, I simply go to the next box. Again, I don't put anybody's name on here. Okay. All I do is put item number one. Okay. I create one profile when I'm selling. Sorry for the movement. Kind of requires that. Me showing you what we're doing here. Okay. Now, this is the auction we're currently in. Okay. Boy, it was cold. Now I'm warm. I was cold. Now I'm warm. Okay. 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 So what we're fixing to do. Hmm, no, I'm good. Actually, will you get me more to drink? Yeah. Mama, why are you biting me? Come here. He wants to say hi. He's trying to get your attention. Hold on, we're gonna show you guys. He also just had a nap. Did you just listen? Me and Mama went out and chased the chickens. Hold on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you give me that eye like that. Are you being a good dog? Huh? Are you being naughty? Did you guys go potty? Did you? Are you my good dog? What? I'm sorry? Yeah, you can pour that one out. It's yucky. I love you. You like Grandpa? So we went out and chased the chickens, and I was pooped. Huh? Say I'm a good dog. Show me your teeth. Can we show your teeth? Arr, arr. You's a good dog. You so pretty. Did you get a treat? Did Grandma give you a treat? Go in there and get a treat from Grandma. All right. Love you. All right. Sorry. We always got to have some moments. Listen, Grandma wants you. Go get a treat. Grandma, will you call him? Um, So this is the process in setting up an auction. Realize there are two different things you're going to get to choose from. One is called temporary and one is called a quality listing. When you create a quality listing, that is a bin item that goes in your store. Okay. It stays there. When I do a show, I only set up temporary listings. Okay. For that particular show. It's super easy. It's super fast. I don't create 3, 4, 5, 10 of them. If I need to edit something, I edit within that one realm, that one listing. The reason being is when I go to do my shipping, if I have 2 or 3 listings that I'm working from, let's say I do a $1 start, a $2 start, and a $5 start. When you go to do your shipping, you're going to have to navigate through, okay, this is item number 1, $5 shipping. This is item number 1, $1 shipping. By utilizing just one listing and editing that when you need to, it stays in order 1 through 1,000. Okay. If you create more than one, when you go to do your shipping, you're going to have to kind of, okay, this was a $2 start number 1. This was a $5 start number 1. Realize that when you create this listing, and we're fixing to do it, is you can edit or change that before you ever push start. People, oh, but that takes time. It takes a whole 2 or 3 seconds. It will save you so much time on the back end when you go to do your shipping just by utilizing that one versus several. Okay. So here we go. Okay. So currently, when you bring up your live show, and I always recommend somebody if you're doing shows, your phone is the device that you're using to capture your image. I always recommend you be on a secondary device. Love you. A computer or an iPad or something. Okay. At the top, again, all we did, I'll direct you exactly how I got here. Okay. Ever get lost, go up to the right hand corner, click on your name. Okay. It's going to take you to your home page, right? Shows all my shows. See all how I have different ones? Okay. Um, Again, get lost, go up to the right hand corner. Okay. Tells you everything. This is my show I'm currently live with. It'll show you your upcoming, it'll show you your past shows, but we're going to open up my live show. Okay. Now, when you enter this, you'll have to turn off the secondary sound because you'll get feedback. Okay. So over to the left, what you will see is the word offer, auction, giveaways, buy it now, sold, and tips. This is where you're going to create your giveaway. This is where you're going to create your auction. realizing that I have went in and set up my own shipping profiles that meet my needs. Okay. We're just going to go ahead and delete this real quick. Okay. You're going to go to auction. Down at the bottom right, you'll see the word add. This will pop up. Create temporary listing. Okay. I'm going to create temporary listing again. This is where you're going to put all your information in, right? So you're going to select your category. I sell a lot of jewelry. I'm going to select that one. Realizing the secondary categories that come up kind of go in order of number of users. What would we say? It goes the most popular category down. Okay. So fine and precious metal normally has a ton of people in it. Vintage and antique jewelry normally has a ton of people in it, but fine and precious has more. Okay. Normally. When you start getting down here, that means there's a lot less people in those rooms. Okay. So these kind of go in popularity. Sometimes I list them fine and precious, and there'll be a lot of just vintage and antique jewelry, but I've got sterling silver. So I'm going to pick this subcategory. Product name. All I put here is item shown. Do not make this too long with the way I'm showing you, because if you make this super long, when you go to do your shipping, it'll cut it off. So short and simple. Item shown. This item on screen. Okay. Short, simple, please. Description. I normally put no refunds, no cancels, item shown on screen. Here, I don't care what you put. Okay. You can be as long as you want with your description, but just be kind of vague. Starting price. Realize, Brock, I can't do things at $1. Okay. You can edit it every time you push start. I'm going to leave mine at $1 right here. Add 1,000. That's 10,000. Do not toggle this on. If you toggle this on, you will have 1,000 independent listings show up over here. There's no need. I don't want 1,000 independent listings. I want Whatnot to keep it in numeric order for me. So I'm not going to toggle that on. Condition, whatever the condition of the item is. Okay. Shipping profile. Every profile you see here is this right here. Every one of those I've created for myself. Okay. You can have 100 of them. I don't need 100 of them. But I have created profiles that I know what they mean. Okay. You have to do that for yourself. So as you can see, listen, I have 12 to 15, 8 to 11, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 5, 10 pounds, right? Gina 101. Some of these I've just created in the past. Flat rate envelope, flat cost, $4 shipping, first class letter. Okay. I know what all these mean. I use this one. I only charge $4 in my auctions, no matter how many items you buy. Okay. Might not be an option for you. This photo down here is going to be whatever photo you want to use. We'll use the American flag. We'll push confirm. If you push confirm and it doesn't work, that means you've left something out. Over to the left-hand side, you will now see that listing. And that is what I'm working off all night long. Okay. Realize this is editable. You don't need to create your 4 or 5 of them. Okay. Product actions. Clicked on that. Okay. Start auction, edit item, pin item, delete item, cancel. Guess what? You can edit this. Where now I want to make it a $2 item. Okay. Maybe it's a $10 item. Maybe you want to start it at 5,000, right? Okay. All I'll do is go back over here after I edit, put product actions, push start auction. This is where you get to determine how fast you want to run it, or if you want to run in sudden death. Sudden death meaning that after 10 seconds, it's done. After 30 seconds, it's done. If you do not select that, what will happen? Okay, we're going to go down here and we're going to choose 10 seconds with 5-second increments. What would happen here is somebody bid, it's going to add 5 seconds every time somebody bids. Okay, so that's what I'm going to choose, and we're going to push start auction. You will now see down at the bottom of your screen the number 1 next to the item shown. This will show up in your shipping as well. Item shown, number 1. Okay. Price is $2. You get me? I've told it what shipping profile to use, what I want to start it at. Okay. Listen, different type of item, different size, different pound. Okay. Or different weight. So I can go in here. I can now edit this to a $10 item. Oops. And I need this to be a 5-pound. Okay. I'm going to confirm it. Okay. I'm going to confirm that. I go back over here to product actions and I'm going to push start auction. It's now, I've just now told Whatnot, this is a $10 item at 5 pounds. Working all off that one little auction over there. Okay. You get me? Now, if this item sold, if that item would have sold, it will automatically, the next time I start an auction, it's going to assign it item number 2, number 3, number 4. After every sell, it's going to assign a new number. If it doesn't sell, guess what? It doesn't assign a number to that unsold item. It just says, hey, listen, you need item number 2. Find something else that's going to sell, right? So when I go to do my shipping, Gina bought 1, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, and number 50. You know how easy it is for me because I'm organized to go over here into my little tray and find those numbers, put it in her box, and ship it. I'm not in there looking for Gina. I'm just looking for the items Gina bought. When I go to do my shipping, it tells me all that information. Okay. As long as you follow what I just showed you, you can do that too. Yes, there's all kinds of different ways. People do different things as you grow. So why temp listings? Yes, it's a temporary listing. I don't necessarily want those items in my bin. I run thousands of items. Again, a temp listing versus a quality listing is temporary. It goes away after my show. A quality listing is in my bin. Okay. I don't want everything I pull up in my auctions that I'm selling. Now I sell stuff. Okay. To show up in my permanent bin. Okay. Does that make sense? If you want to create quality listings that are bins, then do that. That's great. You can then take those and put those into your shows. Thank you so much for the raid. She's red chatting me behind the scenes too, so I'm not talking to myself here. This is Emma. Thank you, Emma. 5.0 rating, has sold about 6,000 items, has about 2,000 followers. Emma's next show is $2 to $6 starts tomorrow at 8:27 p.m. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. And for choosing me. If you're just coming in, this is a help show that we do every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. So when you're setting up shipping, okay, let's go to shipping real quick. Okay, we can do shipping real quick. Again, I'm going to go up to my right hand corner. So this is what I would say. My next question, hold on. My next question is, are you junk? Are you doing it on a phone or are you doing it on a computer or a tablet? Matters. They're all different. Realize this, that Whatnot is always updating and making changes. When it makes those changes, it goes through an approval through Android and iPhone, or whatever the company or the phone maker is, and has to be approved by those folks. And not always, it might be approved by iPhone and not Android, or vice versa, right? Those agencies and those phone makers decipher what they will allow and what they won't. So sometimes they're different on an Android, sometimes it's different on an iPhone. I tell people set up your shipping profiles on a phone. It's the easiest. Okay. If you're on a computer or tablet, it's a little bit more complicated. So try setting up those shipping profiles on a phone. Okay, I'll flip you around and we'll show you. I've got a phone that's we can definitely show you. Okay. Again, understand what profiles you want. So you're gonna jump on your phone. Okay. You're gonna go to whatnot. Okay. This is my profile. We're under disabled vet. Okay. You're gonna go down right here in the middle where it says seller hub. You're gonna click on that. Then you're gonna go up to the right hand corner where it has three little lines. Okay. You're then gonna scroll down to shipping settings. Okay. This is where you start creating. Again, each one of these you create is a new profile that becomes available to you in your shows that I just showed you. Okay. So if seller pays all shipping, they're going to max it out. Okay. You get to tell it what to do. And it's really hard for me to tell you what settings to utilize because you're all shipping at different poundages. You're all doing kind of different things, heavier things, lighter things. Again, most of my packages are under 16 ounces. I try to save, I actually invest in my customer base and their shipping. I say, hey, listen, no matter what you buy from me tonight, it's only going to be $4. You new sellers don't have this yet, but once you get to a certain sales level, you can write whatnot and be like, hey, listen, can I get this? So I charge a $4 flat fee. On the flip side, when somebody buys something from me, and let's say it costed $6 to ship it to them, I'm investing $2 in their shipping. I'm losing $2. But by doing this, I entice people to get involved faster and bid more and buy more. Okay. So I definitely, as you grow and become bigger, you will definitely want to do a flat cost. People that are shipping heavier items, I see a lot of folks doing the 921 flat, which a lot of those packages can be flat rate postage, which the box is free at USPS.com. Okay. Shipping profiles. These are all my shipping profiles that I have created, and I can edit those at any time. Okay. Go up here to the plus sign under shipping profiles, name it. What is, we'll put 422. Okay. Wait. Let's do 10 pounds. Okay. Bundling options. Why this is important is that you need to decipher how many items, if you sell them, will fit into that flat rate or into that priority boxes. And that's depending on what you're selling, how big it is. Okay. Flat rate, you can put as much as you possibly can fit in that box. You cannot like alter that box in any way, shape, or form, but up to 70 pounds. Okay. Priority boxes, you can take those apart and you can tape them together and you can screw with them all the different ways, shapes, and forms. Okay. Um, but this is where bundling comes into play is if you have 5 of these, and I know that I can only fit 5 of these in the box. Listen, I'm only going to allow 10 items to be bundled in that box. So I'm going to set the number to be able to put in that box. You get me? Once you create that listing, okay, you're going to open that up. You're going to tell it the box size if you're using a certain box size. Okay, that's where you're going to add that. That's where you're going to create your profiles. And any of these profiles you create will show up in your show. Just push save profile. Again, Seller Hub, top right hand corner, the three little lines. Okay, that'll come up, go down to shipping. Okay, you go up to the cross to add to your profiles. Create you several profiles in there. Thank you so much for the raid. Second Live Treasure is in the room. This is Max, 5.0 rating, 182 items sold, 441 followers. Vintage to modern brooch show to Friday at 9:26 p.m. $3 to $6 starts. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Raid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't see all the changes. I mean, for a lot of new people. So this is why they made the change is that you had a lot of people teaching, like, listen, you can charge this flat fee, right? But the sellers didn't realize that they were making up the other portion of that shipping. And so a lot of people, a lot of new sellers were losing money because they didn't have the big following. They didn't make the big sales. And maybe the person just bought one item or whatever, right? So, um, but again, shipping is very, very important. The dynamics of shipping, it's just kind of like what's going on in the world right now. The Hormuz or whatever canal has been closed. That is a shipping. All the boats go through there. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, very important part of our dynamics in this world. For you, your shipping, you need to understand how to set those profiles up. You also need to understand the concept and thought process of shipping. When you walk into a show and it costs $9.21 to buy something, or $6 or $7 to buy something, do you hesitate? Right? Does it keep you from bidding or buying on things? Okay. When you can lower or discount that shipping, you will get 10 times more activity, if not more. You will get people involved. You will get people buying something. And this is what I say all the time is just get them to buy anything. Okay. Get that shipping out of the way. Make it a memory of the past. You've already spent it. You've already bought it. Because once they buy one item, normally they'll buy two or three or four or five. Okay. So get them in there, get them involved, get them to buying things. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you, Second Life Treasure. If you guys aren't following Second Life Treasure, please do. Amazing friend. So, what you will do, good grief, is you will edit that listing. Okay. That live listing, you can edit the profile. So, if you have something where you're like, listen, only three, have your profile set up for that where you've told it to only allow three items to be in there. So it'll ask you when you create those shipping profiles, how many items per box? How many items are you willing to allow? Okay. So create you that profile, Seller Hub, top right hand corner, go down to shipping. Okay. Set up the profile in there, walk through the steps, understand those steps. The very last step should say, how many items per box? You put in three. Okay. Understand once you're done with that, you need to change it back to a different profile. For small sellers only, I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't know. What's considered a small selling? I think I'm a small seller. You know what I'm saying? I think that it will probably never target just a specific group. Um, it'll be for everybody. Again, I have no idea. Normally, Whatnot does a 0% commission on Black Friday. I think they have the last couple years. Hopefully, they continue down that path. We had a 0% commission the other day, but I don't really worry about 0% commissions. Matter of fact, I didn't do a show that day. I did a show the next day. My method is random pulls. You're absolutely right. I don't load up my store full of what I'm going to be selling. You're nail on the head right there. Okay. I definitely do a random pull. I think that is very beneficial, and I don't do a whole lot of curation. There's no telling what you'll find. Also, if you're a new seller, think about this. If I come in your show and I'm like, show me your Juliana, show me your Nike, show me whatever it is, right? And I buy all of it, normally they leave. Where I make most of my money is the in between items, the inexpensive items. Okay. Those bigger items have a lesser return than normally the smaller, mediocre items. Okay. I double, triple, quadruple my money on the smaller, medium, inexpensive items versus the bigger items. I might make 10, 15%. Okay. So I'm making 100% on this item and I'm making 10 or 15% on this more expensive item. Okay. Just a little thought process. And in saying that, don't meet every demand. Spread your stuff out. If you have really good items, spread them out. Run a piece of Juliana, then run 10 pieces of mediocre, and then run another one or 5 items, right? But yeah, I do mostly random pulls. My buy it nows are pretty much set up for you guys on Wednesday nights. I mean, I could go in there and put a bunch of stuff in there, but why? Been doing eBay for 20 years. I'm tired of doing that. It's a lot less work. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. I don't want to have to create listings for everything. There are a lot of people that do. Great. I want to sell it right now. Inventory's not hanging out. Absolutely. I hope help you in some. Listen, it's not that daunting. Just relax, chill, go through it, have fun. You know, believe me, none of us were professionals in our first shows. It's just about getting going, understanding the concept, and mastering your technique. Listen, my favorite finds, I have the best UPS man in the country. We live kind of out in the rural area, and so my packages count as his mail count, and he loves me because he gets paid based off that mail count. Um, so after we do all of our shipping, there is a form that you can print out, and it gives you one barcode. Again, this is all on Whatnot. A barcode that all he has to do is scan that one barcode and then take my packages, and they're all checked in. But yes, he does. He picks up. Um, Hold on. Let me grab something. I'll show you. So our mailman drops these off. Okay. And every post office has these. They're mailbags. Okay. The big old like trash bags. They're made of polyurethane and they are rainproof. But he drops 40 or 50 of these off for me and we throw all of our packages in there. We used to use these, right? These just don't work for me anymore. They're too small. So I get these big old packages or those big old bags. JTL, I think a good combination of both for most people is where you want to go. You want a good combination of bin items and you want a good combination of pool items or random pools. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the best way of doing it. Yeah, just most mailman are super cool. Okay, so I mean, you don't want to piss off your mailman. He's definitely a dynamic in this process. He's important, or she. Leave him a note. Give him a Christmas gift. Make friends with your mailman. They can definitely be a lot of help. I have mine's phone number. If I miss a package or something, it's like, oh crap, I can call and be like, hey, where you at? I'm gonna come give you something. Is that okay? Yeah, sure, bro. You know, um, you know, make friends with your mailman. It's important. Junk. No. Listen, if you're gonna sit there and weigh every package, it is definitely gonna slow the dynamics of your show down. Set you up some profiles. Okay. Again, get this. Set you up some profiles. Okay. Set you up a bunch of profiles: 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, 4 pound. You should have a good estimation of what each item weighs or what its underweight is. Jewelry, most jewelry weighs 2 to 3 ounces, if not less. You know, just understand that when you're doing a live show, if people get bored, they leave. It is imperative that you run and you run fairly quickly. I'm almost too slow when I'm by myself, because behind the scenes I'm showing it, putting in a package, and I'm putting it over there. That's almost too slow. Whereas if Emily is sitting right here next to me, I can run 300 items in just a couple hours. My longest show was 23 hours and I ran 700 lots. Okay. Pace, fastness. That's why auctioneers talk really fast. Out of 5 to 7.5 to 10 to 12.5 to 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50. It's the pace. Sold. Next, out of 5 to 7.5 to 10 to 12.5 to 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, 75, 100. There is no in between words. Sold. Next, you're keeping that pace. You're keeping that demand going. Okay. So I think pace is, and if you're having to go, okay, I'm offering this item. Hold on, let me weigh it. Okay, it weighs 10 ounces. When I'm selling silver, it drives me absolutely crazy because everybody wants to know, what does it weigh? And I'm like, crap, another step here. Okay. The importance is keeping a good solid pace where people are like, listen, this is boring the hell out of me. See you later. Next. Okay. Um, just understand that. Again, each package does get scanned. The as a mail supervisor. So what happens is I ship all of my items per that show, right? I can throw them all in a bag. At the end of completing and sending all those, you will get an email from Whatnot that says this is your scan sheet. Or over on the right hand side, you can click on that and it'll give you one barcode and it will show you all those packages I just created within that 24-hour time period. Okay. Every day is a new day. Okay. If your show was yesterday and you shipped everything today, it's only going to show today's packages. Okay. Same thing. You start over tomorrow. You ship some show a couple days ago, it's going to be on that list. Linda, so I will tell you, 23-hour show and shipping took me about 3 hours. About 750 lots took me, yeah, seven. It was about 750 lots. Took me about 3 hours to ship. They do. Yeah, you can ask Judy, your mailman, if they have any bins, and if they would just leave those on your porch or any bags. Say, hey, listen, I'd like some postal bags. I'm going to be putting stuff in postal bags and tubs. Do you mind dropping some off? And they will. They have no issue. They see those every day. They have thousands of them. So, Junk, I think that when you go to do your shipping, it is very important. Again, when I say this, there's different techniques, and it's all about what you're shipping and stuff. Okay, um, if you're shipping things in bulk, like you're doing some large clothing lots, or you're doing flat rate boxes, you really don't have to weigh nothing as long as it fits in that dynamic or that small, medium, or large flat rate. Who cares what it weighs? But if you're sending smaller items and your packages are normally under 16 ounces, I think it's very important that you do have and are accurate in creating that profile because it saves the customer money and it gets them more involved in bidding and buying. Okay. So when I talk, the dynamic, what I'm saying, one size doesn't fit all here. Okay. And that's the confusion for a lot of people and new sellers is they get on here and they listen to these guys that ship 90% of their packages flat rate. Well, as a jewelry seller, that how you do things doesn't fit my need because most of my packages are under 16 ounces. So a lot of times my customers are only spending $4 in shipping or $5 in shipping, right? I'm not shipping things in flat rate boxes. I'm shipping things in an 864 or 642 box. So it's really understand the dynamics and you have to understand your business model and what fits your need. Let me scroll down just a little bit. Listen, you're back here hiding. I see who you are. I got you. Hi, how are you doing? Can I have the swing by my house? Are you in Oklahoma? Listen, if you're in Oklahoma, listen, I'm here. I'll come hang out with you. You're in Moore, Oklahoma? Are you really? Yeah. Just let me know when you want to come over. What are we selling? Hold on. I want to go look. I'll bring Momo and my wife, not to make it weird. We've never had a, you know, um, Dana, I'm going to give you some pointers. Okay. Looking at your account. The cursive is beautiful, but it's really hard to read. Okay. I love the hearts. I love the butterfly. I do not like how you've cursive written your name for your profile picture. I can't read it. Okay. And I would do something kind of creative instead of using all one solid color for your name. The last word loves, make it a different color. So, and I'm not saying like rainbow this thing up, but I would make like loves all one like red color and then like lil all one color. Okay. But it's really hard for me to read your profile picture. And I'll flip this around and show the entire room so they can understand. If I, again, I don't ever say this in looking at y'all's stuff to ever be negative any way, shape, or form. Okay. I want you to grow. I want you to make it. I love the platform. And helping other people become successful only grows the platform, only brings more people to the platform. Okay. It benefits all when I help you guys. Okay. So what I'm saying is, see, look at this. I can't read that at all. Okay. Your name is a very long name. So, in my opinion, to really stand out, and when you rate into people, what I would do is I'd make all that one color. Okay. I would make Hunzand all one color. And then I would make Lil all one color and really make it pop. I need to be able to read it in this profile picture, though. The colors are fine. Okay. But we can't read that at all. Dana, your shows, like I can read it in your shows, but I can't see it in your profile. So if you want to use it here, that's fine. But up here, I don't think it's a good idea. $3 and $5 baby and kids Target clothing. So if you got into pallets, are you buying pallets out of Oklahoma City? Just out of curiosity. I've been in the business for a long time, so I know pretty much everybody. Okay. Be careful. Very careful. Very crowded space. You are going to be dealing with a lot of flat rate and priority boxes. You're going to be dealing with some of those heavier boxes. So I hope you've gone to USPS.com and ordered you a bunch to see which ones fit your need. Normally, the large ones are what people get into. You are definitely going to have to be doing some bundling to make money in this category. Okay. So instead of one item at $3, that's going to cost you 10.9 plus 30 cents point per transaction. I'd much rather you sell two items at $5 or three items at $7 or $8. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because each item you're going to lose 10.9 plus 30 cents. So it's better to start doing some combo deals, okay, where you're not losing that 30 cents per transaction. It will really get you. Also, a lot of choices. I would like to see you doing choices. So the auction is for choice. You can choose the marker or the ruler. Okay. Top better gets to choose between this ring. What did I do with my other ring? I took it off somewhere. And this brooch. You know what I'm saying? In your category. I would definitely be very creative. Okay. And you're gonna have to be very competitive. Shop. Let me look. Pictures are great in your shop. You don't have to use any kind of apostrophes. You don't have to use any kind of periods or slashes in the titles of your items. Okay. And so let me show you what she's done. She's created random pulls, and instead of creating temporary listings, she created quality listings. So they're showing up in her bins, which is fine. They'll always be there. But that's what those are. Those are quality listings she's created. But they're now in her bin. Whereas if she had 200 items in her bin, she don't want people seeing these. She wants people seeing these. Okay, they're just taking up space in her bin, which is fine. She don't have a ton of items, so it's not a big deal. But once she starts getting a bunch of items, she will want to just eliminate those and create temporary listings. But see how you've got apostrophes and you've got trademark and get rid of all that crap. Boys short sleeve relaxed fit t-shirt, cat and jack, light blue. Does that mean large crew neck? Okay. So get rid of the periods after it or the okay. Just put L. They'll get it. The blue gray right here, take that out of it. Nobody ever searches. When you go to search for a shirt, do you ever put blue/gray? It's kind of like you've made that one word. I'd much rather you separate it blue space gray. Pictures are great. A+ on pictures. Deal with some of the little tweaks that you can mess with, okay? And really, if you need me or something, just holler at me. I'm out in South Rock Creek. I'm about an hour from more. Absolutely. No, I get it. I understand. Max ship. Doesn't matter what our runway is as long as it's under a pound. Flat rate. If we are adjusting weight after show before generating label. The bird. Okay. Lot there. Understand that flat rate is a box you get from the post office. They make them in small, medium, large. You can go to USPS.com. And what that is anything that fits in that flat rate box. Okay. Priority mail. That's going to be determined by what you tell your shipping setting to be. Okay. And sometimes it'll pick ground. It really determines on that lane of traffic or that lane. Um, and a lot of times ground will get there just as fast as priority. They're all put on the supervisor for the post office in here right now. Do they not all go in the same truck? They're driving that lane of traffic. They're throwing all the ground and the priority on the same truck, just so you know. Um, so priority is different. It's going to be determined by poundage versus a flat rate box is anything you can fit in it. Priority is going to be based off the pound and dimensions of the box. Okay. Um, and when you're creating your profiles, it asks those things. Okay. Most of mine's under a pound. So most of mine are going ground. Okay. And I am saving my customers, my buyers, a lot of money because anything under 16 ounces is pretty cheap to send. So, 480, I think, is the max. 480 is normally the price that I'm charged under 16 ounces. So my customer spends $4 and I spend 80 cents. Again, that's because I have the availability to turn on flat costs to my buyers. So they only spend $4 no matter what. Again, priority is based off weight and dimensions. Flat rate is based off what you can fit in the box. Okay. Do not get the two mixed up. Can be very costly. It says flat rate, it says priority. Go to USPS.com, order all the free supplies you need. Show notes, absolutely. Yeah, I think show notes you can readily create a following by marketing strategies. Okay. I don't use them a whole lot, but there are a lot of strategies that can be used in order to gain customers to include coupons. Use coupons, use codes, um, use the notes to put in your next show, use notes to, um, really add any kind of information that you think that would be welcoming and inviting and strategic in your growth. Yes. So understand that when you go to create a label, let me look here. I have to be careful in showing you that. I wish I could show you more. Whereas to if I had I wonder if Whatnot could create me a like a example label. So what you're going to do, we're going to go over here. Let me get out of her profile real quick. Okay, I'm going to switch you around real quick. So when you go to do your shipping, right, you're going to go up here to your profile picture. You're going to go to shipments. I do all my shipping from a computer. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to show anybody's information, so I got to be real careful. Okay. Um, so what you will see, okay, and over here to the left is what they bought. Okay. So let's go to this person right here where they bought 3 items. Okay. Now, again, this is all based off the file that I utilized in my live show to determine this weight. I told Whatnot this is a 2.5 ounce package. Okay. Because they bought 3 items. So probably each one was 2.5 divided by 3, whatever that is. Okay. What I can do is I can click on this item anywhere in the gray. Okay. Over to my right. Hey, Kimberly, are you in here? Kimberly? Brassy Vault, are you in here still? Brassy Vault, are you still in here? Or Brassy Vault, or let me see. Windy Win, are you still in here? Windy Win, or Vintage RX, are you still in here? Windy Win, thank you. Wendy Win, I'm going to use her profile. Okay. She bought 3 items today. Okay. I'm not going to. She said we could use her profile. She bought something. Okay. So I clicked on the gray area. Okay. Over to the right hand side. Let me cover up all your details. Okay, Wendy. The three items she bought showed up. Okay. This is old Wendy right here. She said we could use her information, whatnot. Okay. Um, I'm blocking out her address and all her private details, just her name. She said it was okay. So what we've done is pulled up her order by clicking on that gray area. Do you see where it says edit shipping details right there? I'm going to click on edit shipping details. Let me take you off because I don't want you to see her private information. Okay. When I clicked edit details, this pops up. Okay. Three items. That's her order number. Okay. I can now edit this to whatever it truly is. Okay. So let's edit it to an 846. Okay. Oh my goodness. This package is actually 15 ounces. Okay. Now, if I turn on any of these, it's going to be an extra charge. Somebody wrote me today and says, my package has hazardous on it. I said, well, did you click on hazardous? Because you must have. That's the only reason. If you add any of these services, they're going to come out of your pocket. Okay. Listen, if it's an expensive package, you probably want to insure it, right? Let me make sure there's no other information here. Okay, there's not. Okay, now look what happened. I changed this box to an 864 and still, okay, change this box from an 864 2.5 ounce to a 15 ounce item. Do you see any upcharges there? Oops. Okay. Wendy said we could use our information anyway. Um, but there's no upcharge now. There's no upcharge now. Okay. By editing those details, playing around with that, okay, what would happen if I made this a 12, 12, 12? Didn't change anything. Okay. Now, the minute I go over 15 ounces, what happens? It's going to charge me more money. I now am going to pay 486 out of my pocket. Okay. You get me? So anything under 16 ounces, you can really play with. Over 16 ounces, that's when you kind of get into the dynamics of what's best. Do I use flat rate? Do I use priority mail? And it's all based on what you're selling. I can't answer that question because maybe you're doing sample packs. Maybe you're doing 10 to 12 items per package. Maybe you're only selling one item per package. Does it fit in that flat rate? No. Again, you can use any box for priority, okay, as long as it doesn't say flat rate, of course. You just have to put in those dimensions. The smaller the dimension, the cheaper. The smaller the weight, the cheaper. Okay. Glass or larger items. Listen, you're gonna probably want to, depending on what it is. I mean, a lot of that I think you're gonna send priority or ground, honestly, unless it's expensive. And then I'm gonna insure it and probably make sure it goes priority. Unbundling, so you can unbundle anything. So what you've told, understand this. Each item, you've told whatnot, the weight. Okay. This is 2 ounces and this is 6 ounces. I combine that in a package and I now have 8 ounces, right? But let's say you had a huge sale and you can't fit it all into one box. You can now unbundle some of those items and put them into a different box that might be more cost effective. Okay. Um, Normally, that is only going to be in place of flat rate boxing. And I say that because the thought process is this: anytime you add more work in another scan, it's going to cost more money. So, unless it's flat rate, it doesn't make any sense for unbundling. Okay. If it's going priority, you're going to try to get it all in one box. Absolutely. Absolutely. Does that make sense? I mean, flat rate box is all depending and determined on what you can fit in that box. And if you can't fit any more in that box, and each one's 921, you know what I'm saying? And you have to go to another 921, unbundle it, pay that other 921. That's what works, right? Um, Normally it'll probably be more cost effective to put it all in a box and ship it priority if you can't get it in that flat rate box. Okay. Remember, these big sellers, they teach you things, but their dynamics are different than yours as a new seller. Okay. They say, hey, listen, I only charge 921 flat rate. That works for you because you're willing to take the hit on the back end of things by unbundling and by you making up the cost of that 921. New sellers, a lot of times that doesn't work because they can't take those hits. Okay. So choose priority, turn the flat rate off, turn on priority, and play with the dynamics of that shipping calculator. And it will tell you if there's an upcharge. Okay. And I think you get 5 free ones. I think it's under like $2 or $3. They'll cover per week. But anything that's expensive, it's coming out of your pocket as a seller. I've never had to use one. I've never used one. I've never, maybe one of my first days, I don't even remember, but I don't think I ever used one. Again, if it's a big amount of money, if it's like over $3, they're going to charge you. That's not a write off. There's exceptions to that 5 free. Okay. Because if not, people would be like, all right, let's do let's charge $5 and it's a 50-pound package and it's going to cost $100 to ship. Whatnot's going to not cover that. That would be financial disaster for them. Hello, hello, Rustic Rose. How are you? Another great seller on the platform just entered the room. We were talking about you about an hour ago. So, um, somebody was asking about that raid train, and I forgot who it was that's running that now. So you might get a little email or something from somebody. Hope that helps. Think of it, okay? Again, when you're doing shipping and you've chosen to do something flat rate and you get in there and you're like, oh, I can't fit it all in that flat rate box, turn and toggle that off. See what the priority or the ground's going to cost you, okay? Sometimes you just have to play with those dynamics. But again, shipping on this platform is not a one size fits all because we're all shipping, selling different things at different weight classes and at different sizes. Okay. You have to find the shipping profile that kind of meets your need, if that makes sense. Okay. A lot of us jewelry people, most of our boxes are under 16 ounces. It's kind of a one size fits all for us. But once you go over that 16 or over that 15 ounces, you got to play with it a little bit. Okay. You got to fiddle fart around with it and figure out which one meets your need where you're not losing a bunch of money, but you're also getting that customer in there to buy and bid on things. Davis Family Jewels. If you're interested, you're in the jewelry category, you're a new seller on here, write those folks. I don't know, we can't guarantee a time frame, but they do a raid train that you can jump on, and it's kind of newer to medium size. And it has a pretty good following. It's been going on for what, a year now? Probably about a year that I know of anyway. And it's fiddle far around with it. You got to play with it. Play with the shipping dynamics. You know, um, and again, I can't say it enough. I put thought into this. I didn't steal this from anybody. There's a couple other sellers that have something similar on this platform, but it does not meet the needs of everybody. And so I kind of set this up. This is what you'll want to create a bunch of. These are these are shipping profiles. This is not just used once. You'll create several of these using this step by step guide right here. A lot of the big sellers on the platform will tell you, hey, set it up this way. Well, this way doesn't work for me because most of my packages are under 16 ounces. This is what works for me. Knowing I can edit or change those details in there, and you need to. Okay. A lot of these big, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just leave it like it is and ship it. The Postal Service is cracking down on things. They're actually weighing and measuring packages now. Unless it's flat rate, guys, you need to be as accurate as you possibly can. Okay. Do not take those details and listen to those big buyers and it get you in trouble. Okay. Be as accurate as possible with anything that is not flat rate. Okay. Dimensions, pounds, and ounces. Get you a little scale. Okay. Again, if it's under 16 ounces, this is what I use for my profiles. If you're using big old case packs or shipping heavier items, this will probably work for you. Okay. Just some little, if you're wanting to send stickers or you're wanting to send car freshies, anything that fits in that flat envelope that can be processed through a meter, this. Okay. This is what you'll get your brochure in. I can send that for 74 cents. Okay. I can send that for 74 cents. If it can be metered in this envelope, it cannot be bulging. It cannot, like if I put my ruler in here and try to send my ruler, that is not going to be, you can't meter that. Okay. It's just too thick. Okay. That is how you ship those 74-cent envelopes. Maybe some of you guys are like, for my giveaways, I can't afford too much right now. I can only afford 74 cents per giveaway plus the item. That's how you do it right there. Okay. Some best practices, thoughts, and ideas. Okay. Also, remember for doing your first show, you get 150 bucks if you meet some of those minimum qualifications. And first time buyers, 15 bucks. Okay. All the wonderful, helpful people in all my shows, Rustic Rose, Faye West Designs, That Good, Lady K Jules. Um, we thank each and every one of them. They're very knowledgeable. You can write them at any time. Of course, our two sponsors this month. We thank you and appreciate you guys. All right. Yeah. Go in there. It's, you watch videos and you're like, all right, stop, pause, play. Stop, pause, play. This is just a guide to walk you through it where you don't have to do all that. You can just sit there and read step by step. I hope I've been helpful. Let me know how things go. Always come back, leave me feedback. And when I say feedback, come in and send me a message. Hey, this worked or this didn't work, or I have a question, or maybe you could add this or that. I'm always updating, I'm always changing. The app is always changing and adding. There's some really cool things going on that a lot of you guys don't have yet, um, that are kind of going through a beta process. And I promise you, things are evolving and becoming easier, um, and will be available to everybody here shortly. Okay, but a lot of somebody asked earlier, what do you do? How do you deal with customers? I think each customer you have to treat different depending on the scenario. Okay, most of the time, people are really easy and laid back. Okay, people are pretty understanding. If you've made an accident, you've made a mistake, just be very honest and blunt and, take care of it, is what I tell people. It's okay to say, listen, I made a mistake. Let me fix it and make it better. And that's how I roll. Um, Now, Not all customers. Absolutely, April. Absolutely. There is a category for that. And I shouldn't say a particular category, but absolutely in the handcraft is where I would go. There's a section for that. Customers, everybody wants to be treated with respect, politely, and you as a business, that's how you want to handle everything. Separate personal and business. This is a business, and every now and then you'll have people that are just trying to take advantage of you or the system or are just nasty, right? Listen, don't give it a time of day. Deal with the issue and go on. If they need to be blocked, block them, right? It's not worth your trouble. It's not worth your headache or your hassle or your mindset. Again, it's a mindset. Treat it as a business. Okay. Hold everybody accountable. Anytime you're dealing with an issue, oh, this was broken or this or this or that. Hey, do you mind sending me just a couple pictures? One, make sure it's your item. Two, what's happened? Okay. If it's broken, did it happen in from point A to point B? If so, open a claim. Any package under $100 is already insured with the postal system, and you can go to Shippo and open a claim, and USPS and open that claim and get your money back. Okay. So I am not on Whatnot to sell my items for cheap for other sellers to make a profit. How do I politely get that message across? Um, So this is the thing is if you have a set price, put them in your store, and that's your price. You know what I'm saying? I think that the platform is targeted to offering great items at a great price, at a competitive price, with a fast shipping rate. Those are your components that make it a strong community and atmosphere and selling platform. Okay. As far as do you need to get the message across? I don't think you need to get the message across. If that's your price and it's in your store, then that's the price. That's the message. There's no need to say anything, right? I don't walk into an antique store and they'll say, "Hey, listen, these are my prices, non-negotiable." You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. Because I'd be like, "See you later, Gina. Let me come in and browse and hang out and." Whatever you need to get for them, you've got them priced at that, and that's your price. You know, that's the negotiation. If you're not liking your prices, you're not at a point of growth where you can offer them at that price. Okay. Again, activity and growth is going to be the ability to offer items at a great price, at a competitive price, um, and they need to be quality. You know, what keeps me from going over to um, eBay, or what keeps me from going over to uh, Amazon and buying from there versus you? Okay, and people miss that component as a lot of times people just like you. They're buying from you because they're supporting you. They like buying from an individual that they know that's not going into a corporate pocket. But in stating that, if I can buy it over there for $20 and you've got it priced at 40, I'm probably not going to buy it, right? People are not dumb. They like bargains. Sometimes they get caught up in the auctions, don't get me wrong, right? And that's on them. But the component you're missing, a lot of you are missing, is your customers come to you for the conversation, the community, okay? The relationship. You're not a robot, and that's what they like. So turn those dynamics and that mindset into that, okay? And in that, you create a real relationship with a lot of these people. They would much rather come spend their money with you because it's you versus going on to Amazon that goes into a corporate pocket or onto eBay, you know, where the fees are ridiculous, right? They're coming to you because they like you. And remember that. Um, I don't expect it. If you offer it up, if you offer something for $1 or $2, you made that decision to offer it at that, and you were okay with it if it sold for that. If you're not willing to let it go at $1 or $2, then there is no expectation for you to start it at that. And as a new seller, I would never tell any new seller to start anything at $1. Start it at least $2. And the reason being is if you sell something for $1 on this platform, you're only getting 44 cents. And I hope that you've set your shipping profile up correctly, okay? Because you're going to lose money. If you sell something for $2, you're getting $1.28. Because remember, you're being charged 10.9 plus 30 cents per transaction. Okay. So, very important concept there. But there is no expectation, I don't think, that anybody expects for you to sell your items for $1 or $2, especially as new sellers. So, when you set yourself up for that, you're setting yourself up for failure. You can't make somebody else bid, right? Once you get going and you grow, you can do that. But now, as a new seller, I think it's important that um, you grow with the expectation and knowledge and understanding that there is no that you have to start things at $1 or even $2. Okay, will you grow faster? Absolutely. If people get deals and I buy something in your store for $1 and it was worth $50, do you not think I'm going to be in every show? Or even $20, right? When you get a deal, when you know that Walmart is running a deal on steak for 49 cents a pound, how many of you would jump in the car and run there right now? Or whatever store you like to go to, right? Maybe you don't like Walmart meat. Maybe you like Albertsons or whatever store you shop at. If you got a thing in the mail today and it said ribeye steaks are 49 cents, how many of you would jump in the car and drive there right now? Thank you so much for your raid. I love your profile, Prime 101. I absolutely love your profile. See her profile, how it jumps out at you. You knew that Prime 101 just entered the room. I absolutely love it. Okay. Um, 5.0 rating, sold almost 600 items, has about 600 followers. And her shop is perfect. You've made some changes. I absolutely love it. Um, ships under 1 day. Love it. I love the colors. I love the verbiage. I love the marketing technique that you have utilized. I know you have lots of options of who you rate, and thank you for rating me. I know I love it. Absolutely love it. I think it looks great. Prime 101. Love it. Absolutely. Again, somebody that has come in here and asked for advice and has used it. I love it. Well, thank you. I'm glad I helped you in some way, shape, or form. I wonder if I help people sometimes. Can we sell what? I get more people on Friday, $1 starts than other days. So I use other days to run them and trigger the algorithm so I'm not on the bottom of the feed. Yeah, I mean, Friday and Sundays are pretty competitive. But you got to think that, traffic wise, a lot of people are off work. Maybe they're just sitting at home, bored to death. There's no football games. And so they're jumping on the algorithm. So there are a lot of numbers Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My wife's a lucky woman. No, I'm the lucky man, without a doubt. Can we see it? Also, can you see what, Linda? What do you want to see? You guys, if you're not following Lady K, please, please do so. Always get a second opinion. It's like going and getting your car fixed take it to a couple places before you decide, run your pictures and your thoughts by a couple people on the platform. What do you think? Give me an honest opinion. Don't blow smoke up my butt. And when you say that, people will give you an honest opinion. A lot of times it's hard because of the dynamics in the world we live in, as to really giving honest opinions, because you're afraid of the drawback. And so when I talk to you guys, I'm just giving you my honest opinion. You don't have to like it. It's just my opinion, right? Never to hurt anyone or to make you feel. I want you to grow. I love the platform. It enables a lot of disabled people to have jobs, stay at home moms, re- retired individuals, you know what I'm saying, where it's hard, they're in their 60s, their 70s, and they can't go work those manual jobs anymore. They can't stand at McDonald's for 12 hours on their feet. It would kill them. And so this place gives a dynamic to a lot of people that can't work those manual jobs or those particular jobs or those hourly, you know, I love it. And so I definitely want to see growth, and I am seeing growth in a lot of you guys. And that's what I enjoy. All right. Any questions? Any concerns? Anybody want to co-host? Anybody want to co-host? I love meeting people. Any questions? Just simply post it in the chat. There's some amazing sellers in the room. A lot of helpful people. Lady K is amazing. That Good Good's amazing. All those people. Rustic Rose will help you. Michelle's Deals will help you. But always expect just a very honest response from all of us, and that's why they're part of me, is because I like the honesty. Good night, JTL. Have a great night. I hope you have a great day. You want to know who improved? She improved because she came in and I told her I didn't like her profile picture, that she needed to change her profile picture. I also told her on her listings she needed to add some more verbiage into her actual titles of her listings. And so when she entered the room, I knew exactly who it was. I remembered her. She changed her picture colors, that really stood out and hit me when she entered. So, April, I would break it down into, if you're going to do poetry, I would think of it like a Hallmark business. Okay. That's how I would break it down: love, wife, husband, child, grandma, birthday, nature. Okay. Any of those verbiages that I just said, when you're setting up a bookstore or poetry or something of those dynamics, I want you to think of Hallmark when you go in to shop for a card. Okay. Especially in this poetry part of things. Same way with painting and art and those types of things. When you are creating that title, who is that poetry for? Who's going to read that poetry? And that is how you need to dynamically set that particular listing up. I need to get things in my whatnot store to move. I've had auctions, but so offer, if you can, offer it at discount. Run flash sales, creating momentum. So as you're getting and going and you're bumping and you're selling things, oh my goodness, I have this piece in my store. I'm going to offer it a flash sale right now for 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? 20% off, 10% off, 15% off. Get it now. You create the demand, you create the want. That person has to make a split decision to either buy it or pass it. Okay. Yeah, exactly what Rustic Rose just said. Can't do $3? Start it at what you can sell it at. You know, nobody's expecting you to take a loss. We're all at different price points. We all buy differently. And if there's a need or a want and that person's in your show, they'll spend the money, right? But nobody ever expects any of you to ever take. Do I go in and find great deals in y'all shows? Absolutely. All the time. Okay. Do I expect for you to start at $1 or $2? I don't. I bought probably 100 pieces 2 days ago of sterling silver for $5 a piece. She was happy as all get out. I bought every piece she showed. It was $5 a piece. It was all sterling silver. She was happy. I am definitely happy. She was willing to start it at $1, and I told her no. Start these at least $5. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want her to lose money. I want her to have a good experience to come back and bring more. If they don't have a good experience and they don't make money, are they going to come back? No. So I don't want anybody to fail, right? I want you to make it. And you have to make it at what price point you can make it at. Okay. Your profit margins not might not be huge. Maybe you're only making 20 or 30%. You know what I'm saying? You lose 11%, 12% to whatnot, and you're making 20%. That's still good numbers. In big business, 20% is huge. We had a huge company, and there was points in time where we were working off of 6 points. We were that close in margins, but they were huge numbers. And so those margins were definitely profitable. Okay. Me and Rustic Rose are a little bit different on the dynamics of percentages. Um, but to me, I move volume. She does too. She likes to see a larger profit margin. So she only deals with certain deals unless she's going to make this certain profit margin. I'm the type of person, I don't care what the profit margin is, as long as it's more than 12%, I'm golden. If I make 1%, good. I'm moving it though. Okay. All those percentages add up at the end of the day for me. That's how I look at it. Glass coin banks. Listen, when you said the word glass, I run. I'm just kidding. Glass coin banks. So my thought process here is this. You can control every dynamic of this except for the shipping. From point A to point B, it is out of your hands, and you're going to have to pack that stuff really well, okay? Knowing that there is a small fraction that this item might get broken. Okay. And so, is it a great place to sell them? Absolutely. A year ago, was selling neckties in June or July. There was not one other person that had probably ever sold a necktie on here. I created the space, I created the demand, I created the want. This platform is great for anything. It might be different, it might be slow at first, but you create the demand, you create the want. But it's for everything, right? No, I would just put flash sales. I don't typically recommend putting a number on things because there's an expectation, right? It's just like I see people flat rate 921. That's really a put off to me. That means I'm going to spend at least 921. Um, I'd much rather you put the word discount shipping versus 921. I'd much rather you put the word flash sales versus a specific number that you can be held to within that show. You know what I'm saying? You're telling, hey, listen, there's flash sales, discount. And I'm using those words. I want you to be creative in your own way. I just don't particularly like a set number put into marketing. Okay. Flash sales, discounted rates, huge sell. When you think of how big companies market their reductions, normally it's huge sell, tax free, buy one, get two free, those types of things. They don't normally say 10% off everything. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're going bankrupt. 75% off, and there's some guy sitting on the corner with a sign. But I'd much rather you use a generic verbiage. Yeah, I'm gonna eat a cracker. hmm Any bin item you've created, I'll show you. When I go to pin it, let me see. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Oh, she's already got it up here. Hey, Lady K, can you run that item? Or can you just pin it? Lady K, can you run a flash sell on that? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I was curious. Just out of curiosity. So there's the brochure. I'm going to push start on it, but it gives me options before I start it. Run auction, run as a flash sell. Says percentage off. Okay. What you're seeing right now is a flash sell. Okay. What you're seeing right now is a flash sell. You can do it to any bin item. Amber, say I sold 8 glass coin banks. They need to go into 2 boxes. So let me ask you a question. Will they fit into a flat rate? Will they fit into priority? Well, I know they'll fit in priority. Thank you so much, Tamlin's Treasure. One of our sponsors for this little booklet we're running right now has just came into the room. Thank you so much. Tamlin has 5.0 rating, has sold over 22,000 items, has 5.5 thousand followers. Cloisonne Sparkling Jewels and Untested Pearls tomorrow at 8 p.m. This is somebody that works very, very hard, and I've known her kind of from the beginning and watched her grow. Yeah, you absolutely can. I just showed you. You can go to each item and run a flash sale for whatever percentage or amount you want to take off. When you created that profile, okay. So let's say, let me switch around here. Okay. Let's go to this item. Product actions. You can edit the item. And the shipping profiles that I've been showing you guys how to set up, you're going to choose that setting profile. Okay. You're going to say, hey, listen, this is the profile where I limit the amount of items in this. Okay. These are all profiles I set up for myself. This is on this page. Okay. When you go in to create those shipping profiles, you can edit that item or select what shipping profile is for that need. Okay. I don't want to edit that. Okay. And so it will limit the amount of those items put into that package. Now, let's say they buy 10 items. Okay. When you go to create that shipping profile, you can play around with that where you can unbundle items. Okay. Or you can keep them all together. Cool. I thought you could. Okay. And what is the best amount of time for auctioning each item? It really depends on my room. Okay. Having the ability to understand who's in your room, understanding what the kind of customers in your room. This is experience. Okay. This is knowledge of doing shows and understanding your customer base. I would say as a new seller, 15.3, 15.5 is probably the most you're going to want to run it. Okay. As you get going, as you start growing, sudden deaths work. And, I play around with it sometimes. So let's say I'm running a bunch of stuff and it's all like $5 items or $10 items. Like, okay, I'm going to run it for 15.3. Oh my goodness, here's a 14 karat ring, or here's a 2000 or 500 or $200 item. I might throw on 30 seconds. I might throw on 15 second with a 5 second or 10 second increment just to give people a little bit more time. The other thing you have to think of is sometimes if there's 200 people in your room or 100 people in your room, the less the time, the less the amount of research that can be done, a lot of times the more that is spent, they get caught up in the auction. Okay. And so, again, that is why I don't do a whole lot of curation, is because I let people know, yeah, I've got some great items, and people know that I have great items. But I think an item's value is what somebody's willing to spend on it, not what they went and it looked at completed listings on eBay, or if they've gone and done their research where it sold at Podunk auction in Oklahoma for $50, right? Oh, this is only worth $50. No, it's worth whatever somebody's willing to spend on it, not off completed listings. Because in a week from now, it might be worth $200, right? So, 15 second, 3 second, or 5 second increments would be my for new people would be the time period. Thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate you. Yeah, per bid. So it's 15 second auction with 3 seconds added per bid. This is Liz. She has a 5.0 rating. She's sold 560 items, has 1.4 thousand followers. Her next show is Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Come shop with me. A little hint, you guys. Okay. Listen to me, new sellers. If you're not doing a show like this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you probably want to. And the reason being is that there's a huge Whatnot Austin convention get together where over 500 people will be there. A lot of these folks are big sellers. Well, guess what they're not going to be doing? They're all hanging out and drinking, and or I shouldn't say drinking, but having dinner and hanging out and going to these, seminars. And listen, this weekend's probably going to be a really good weekend to run, just so you guys know. Just letting y'all know. They won't be selling. That's right. I am. Hi, I sell fabric starting Saturday and have learned so much watching you sell your brochure in this forum. Thank you. Could you please look at my page, etc.? Absolutely, we can look at your page. Fabric, listen, you understand your customers, okay? You understand who your customer base is, right? Not a whole lot of guys like me in the fabric industry, okay? There might be some, but probably 95% of your customer base is women. Normally, they're very crafty people, creative mindsets. They're buying fabric to make things, okay? Whether it be reupholstering or making blankets or making, right? Understand your customer base, and that goes for each and every one of you, okay? If you're in a specific field, really, really target that customer base. If you're selling fabric, it's not people like me. I couldn't tell you how to crochet. I can sew because I was in the military. I cannot. Right. So your customer base, first of all, you understand who they are. Fabric and Finds. Love the name. Um, your profile picture is simple, sweet, and easy. Okay. Let me show you something. Fabric and Finds. Say something else in my chat. Let me switch you around. Say something else in my chat. Okay. You see what I see. Can you see your image? Can you tell what that is? Look at Lady K's. Okay. So, Fabric and Finds, what I would suggest to you is really play with those colors. Okay. Really make yourself stand out. Let me move this. Okay. Um, sorry. I would like for you to stand out just a little bit more. Okay. With that profile picture, I think the picture and the elements to that picture are perfect. Okay. But I would like to see, like when I go into your show on Saturday, really use those contrast colors. Bring that flamingo out, bring the blues and the pinks, and that liner. Really make it pop, Sherry. Um, in your show, we see it just fine. Okay. Okay. Perfect. As a profile picture, though, it's really hard to make out what all those elements are. So I would say contrast that flamingo, contrast the thread wheel or the spool of thread and the blankets. Okay. Really make them pop. Okay. I'm going to just keep you turned around for just a second. Quilting, Cottons, Vintage, Cranston, Estate, New Fabrics, weekly shows. Come hang out and explore beautiful fabric and finds. Work on this a little bit. Okay. Try to keep everything to the left of clips. I want you to get on your phone and I want you to edit this profile. Add some emojis. Okay. I would like to see a little bit more information about kind of like you, not a ton. Okay. I say that I normally tell people to get rid of a ton. I would like for you to add something. I'm Sherry. Quilting is my passion, or fabric is my passion. Quilting, Cottons, Vintage, Cranstons, Bernatec's. Okay. New and estate fabrics. Weekly shows. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. I'd get rid of that. I would put in here maybe some of the ideas as to what people use fabrics for. Okay. Maybe blankets. You know what I'm talking about. All that stuff you guys do with all your fabrics, clothing. Um, you know what I'm saying? Add some of those elements in here. There's not enough, is what I'm trying to say to you. Normally, I'm telling people cut it down. I need more from you. And again, you're going to be dealing with some bulks, so make sure you have those shipping profiles set up because fabric's heavy. I've dealt with textiles for over 20 years. Fabrics are heavy, so make sure that you have set up your shipping profiles correctly before you do that first show. Okay. And I think you'll be a great success because it's not a crowded space. And there's a lot of crafty women on this platform. Okay. Vintage, and instead of naming your show Vintage Fabrics, Benetrex Fabric Traditions, Joanne, first of all, you use the word fabric twice. Let's switch you over. And pick on you just a little bit. Okay, picture's great. Maybe under your picture, maybe put your name in pink. Okay, fabric and finds. Okay, Vintage fabric. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. Benetex fabric traditions, Joanne. Okay. When you read that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Okay. You've used the word fabric twice, which is you don't want to do that. Vintage fabric show. Benetrex. Okay. Cotton, twill, canvas. Okay. Homemaker's dream. Okay, that's what I want to see there. Vintage fabric show. And then if you want to add some of your name brands in there, or maybe some of the types of textiles, that's what I would use. Not a whole lot of people know what that word is, except for maybe the people that are really involved in fabrics. You're after a customer that has no idea what these name brands are. Vintage fabric show, Benetrex, cotton, patterns, shabby chic, you know what I'm saying? That is what I would be after. Joanne, if that's the fabric store, right? And so that is, I would kind of play with that right there. Okay, you're in the fabric, D-stash quilting area. Um, and I, with your brand, again, I have a little bit of knowledge about quilts themselves because I've sold probably more than anybody on this platform. Um, is that the direction of fabrics? You might get into like vintage textiles as far as doilies and quilts and runners and embroidery, Southern Belle, Grandma's Flower Garden, kind of direct. Hopefully that's kind of a direction you're thinking about. Okay. Does that make sense? Does that help at all? But yeah, vintage fabric show, and then I would put Benetrix, cotton, twill, whatever it is you're offering. You know what I'm saying? Um, Profile picture, I'd really highlight it, make it just stand out and punch me in the eye. Yeah, absolutely. We have two sponsors this month for our brochure. Okay, both of them, I believe, have come in tonight. Both these folks are really great sellers. Sponsored us this month. They give a $50 sponsor to be on this, and it helps pay and cover some of the costs because these are not cheap to make. Okay, because they're trifold, color front and back. Okay, and so it helps kind of make up some of those costs. Okay, Ballin, Bestie's shop. She sells a lot of jewelry, and then Tamlin does as well. But both of them, really watch both of them grow. Okay, we thank you so much for your sponsorship. Again, if you've not got one of these, please do so. The other item that I would recommend to anybody in my shop is this right here. Okay, and it's the lens. Okay, super easy. Really enables you to really. Let me switch it around here real quick. Really enables you to get rid of a lot of the blurriness. Okay, and really get close up. Again, I don't have all my lights on or nothing. Okay. It is in. So my mod will do that for you in just a second. Okay. Um, she'll post it for you, and if she wants to run, if you want to run like maybe 10 or 15% off, you can. Okay. Brand new, sealed in the package. These are a magnification of 0.45. Okay. The cheapest you can find it is right here on Whatnot. Okay. The cheapest you're going to find this is right here on Whatnot. I order a huge amount of these. You can get it a little bit cheaper somewhere else, but it'll take you about 3 weeks to get it, 3 to 4 weeks to get it. Okay. Because it comes over from overseas. But really simple, easy to use. Here, open this up. Okay. Comes in two parts. Okay. They have a lens. Just screw this off. Okay. Screws off. Okay. In the morning. Okay. Little piece screws on the back. Okay. Just fits right over your phone. Like so. Okay. Every show, that's all I have on. Okay. And it really takes out a lot of the blurriness because it makes those eyes focus on one camera, or all your phone lenses focus on one lens. Okay. Put your eye caps back on. Comes with a little bag. Okay. That'll back in there. Okay, those are available in the shop. They're always available in there. All of my items in my store, my buy it now is set up for you guys. If you ever have any questions, what does Brock use? It's there. Everything I use is right there. All the information, all the pictures, everything. Poly mailers, probably. What's the poundage? I need to know the poundage. More than likely, it's going to go ground or priority. That's probably going to be your best way. Again, poly mailers, there's about 15 different sizes in poly mailers. Do those zoom in for you? You tell it where to zoom by just simply on your picture on your phone. Okay, I'll switch you around. I'll show you. All you're doing, okay, just took it off, is you're putting that on your phone. Get out of that real quick. Okay, all I'm doing, sure you guys don't want to go to my library, is you're putting that on, okay, and then you're zooming in with your fingers. Okay. All phones have this zoom touch screen zoom option. Okay. That's all I'm doing. Yeah. So you get the Jilly Willies, is what we call that. Okay. It's the Jilly Willies. And Jilly Willies is the pressure, the unknown. And I would say this to you is just calm down, relax. Treat it as though it's your best friend in the room. Okay. If you're like, listen, that doesn't work for me, get somebody that can come sit in the room with you. Turn on some good tunes, whatever you enjoy. Okay. Create you a comfort space. Because again, a lot of people get jelly willies. I even get them sometimes. When I've had to get up in front of 500 or 600 people or 1,000 people, you're like, I know I can do this. I know that everything's going to be all right. but you start getting nervous and you kind of start sweating a little bit and you're like, okay. Um, I want you to just find your comfort space, and I promise you, your tribe will find you. People like you will find you. Just relax and have fun. Okay. It's all right to walk yourself through this. There is no expectations. Oh my goodness. I have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Let's see if this works. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It'll be all right. I promise. You get the butterflies? I don't get the butterflies. Hold on. What did I have to go read what she says now? Listen, that's the issue is that when you are stressing about selling or having to do something, people feel that. You put off that persona, you put off that feeling. Negative energy collects to negative energy, positive energy collects to positive energy. You cannot let this be a negative experience. Okay. You cannot put off that energy of desperate. If if you enter a room and you feel that they're desperate or that there is just this normally I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? And that's just me personally. I don't care what you got to offer. Like, listen, I'm all about positivity. I'm all about having fun. There's too much of that other stuff in the world. It just does not, it just is not going to touch me. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I roll. And so, you know, I hate to hear that you're in that position, but I'd also say this to you. Nobody guaranteed that this would work for you. Nobody guaranteed that this would be some huge profit for you. I want you to do this and have fun with this. Yes, you can make it. Yes, you can become financially stable from this platform, but there are building blocks in order to get there. Okay. It's just not automatic, right? Definitely be yourself. Hold on, I have to go find out what Rustic Rose said. I'm missing some of this conversation here. Good night. You guys have a huge long conversation. I miss a lot of this stuff. My Android doesn't zoom in. Go YouTube it. If it's touchscreen, there's settings. Sometimes you have to go in there and change your settings, but all of them have the ability to zoom in and out. Rustic Rose, where are you? What'd you say? There we go. Maybe different in Australia. Interesting. Seller tools. Yeah, yeah. So again, I've watched about 6 videos on it because I've had a couple people write me and say I can't get this to figure out. I will promise you, on Android, there is a way of doing it. Okay. Go YouTube, zoom options, zoom option, touch screen, zoom option, Android, and you'll get like a cajillion videos on it. First couple are the best ones. But yeah, seller tools. Sometimes you have to go into your profile on your phone and change that as well, or your settings on your phone. But as long as your device is touchscreen, iPad, phone, yeah, YouTube it. It's super easy. I don't have an Android, or I show you. Sorry, if you already showed, can you show how to use the camera lens? When I use it, my camera picks up. Lulu. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So right now, and again, understand the concept, okay, of this right here. If this is what you're talking about, realize this is one lens and its magnification. Okay. A lot of you, I see you having to hold up things because everything's blurry or it's trying to outfocus. Our phones are so advanced that normally we have two, if not three, if not four eyes, right? Or four lenses now. Well, each one of these lenses has a job. And that's why some of us get the blurriness or, the focus in and out problems. What we're doing is we are taking one lens and putting it over all three of those eyes, or two eyes, or one eye. And we are now making all of those eyes look through one magnification. So it really takes out a lot of the blurriness because now all of them are trying to focus through one eye. Okay. And all I'm doing, let me open this up real quick, is okay. And I'll put it on my phone I'm using right now and kind of show you. And with this magnification tool, not only does it decrease the blur and the focusing issues, but it allows you to magnify in just a little bit closer on those specifics of some items that you need to be able to see, like sterling marks or scratch marks or a label maybe. So I'm going to put it on my phone right now, switch you guys around so you can kind of see here. What's up? What happened? Cold press it. I would just cold press it, and then what he needs to be doing is in my bathroom is those Benedoxile wash pads. Take you a whole case of those and put them in your shower, and just get them a little bit wet and rub them on your chest and on your neck and on your face a little bit, and let it set. Don't let it wash. Not your eye. I get it, but I would say, oh no, I would just I would cold press that and then have mom put some stuff on it, but nothing like with any kind of like chemically stuff. But ice it and just kind of daub it with. Okay. Sorry, teenage kids here. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm putting this on my phone, like I showed you. Okay. Okay. Let's grab an item. Okay. See how I don't have all the blurriness and craziness? Okay. Again, it's not 100% all the time, but listen, I'm putting, and you don't see my background. See how it's trying to focus in and out? And so that's a lot of your issues. See how all this is blurry? It's because I took my lens off. See how it's trying to focus on my lens? By putting this eye on here, okay, I've eliminated a lot of that because I've made those eyes all look through one lens. Yeah, private shows, rustic rose right there. Do a private show between you and your neighbor, your mom, your sister, your grandma, and work through the components and make sure you have it down, or go through that rehearsal mode. You know, absolutely. Do I like my crab? I'm gonna keep him for my crabby days. I got both those from Lady K, by the way. That's all I'm doing on my phone. I take off the chat on my phone, and I'm just simply using my fingers, just simply using my fingers. Okay. And it's still on my phone right now. So it's not taking up a lot of the screen where I can't see nothing on my screen or anything like that. It's just a great little tool. You guys, I recommend it. I'm always using it. Yeah, believe in yourself. Definitely. There's nothing you can't figure out. That's why I tell people a lot of this is doing your homework, understanding, reading, and writing. A lot of people skip the step and they're like, listen, I can do this. And they get going and they don't realize that there's some understanding, there's some learning here. And as long as you understand and learn those concepts and those ways around the platform, you'll be fine. But again, it does take a little bit of homework. It does take a little bit of going through rehearsal mode. It does watch other people in your category that are selling. How are they doing things? How are they beneficial? And trying to mimic those to your concept. Okay. Again, there's a lot of big sellers out there that are really, really successful. I look at them and I learn from them, but do I take everything they do and mimic it? I don't. Because there are a lot of things I don't do, I don't like, or it's just not me. Did you really? I told you what my daughter did, right? I told you what my daughter did. Before she knew, she had grabbed some and she went up and she was like, hey, I really like that soap. Really smells good. I said, what do you mean? She was like, yeah, I used it in the shower. It smells great. And I'm like, Avery, did you read what that bottle was for? I'm like, please, I hope she doesn't break out in some kind of allergy or allergic reaction. Because it's made for a textile, not for a skin. And so she's like, I was like, Avery, I did the same thing. I was washing my hands with it. Absolutely. No, there is no expectation of perfection. As I got going on this platform, I ran a 13-hour show. My first show did like $20,000. Okay. Just running stuff around my house. Okay. My next show, Wendy Whatnot jumped on and she said, Brock, what are you doing? I was like, I'm creating a listing for my next live auction. Why? She jumped on with me and she walked me through the process of how to run random pools right then and there live. She's like, all you have to do now is push next, Brock. And I'm like, no way. I ran 13 hours my last show creating a new listing for every listing. I cannot believe people sat around and waited that long for me to create a new listing for each one. Couldn't believe it. Good night. Good night. Poor Adrian. Listen, there's more to that conversation, but I can't share it. Let's just say, like, she washed everywhere with it. I was like, you did what? Yeah. Like, you have to know me. I'm really like, we're just open. We just say it like it is. The whole family does. And so there is no like privacy. Like, we just say it like it is, right? And so I said, you did what? I cleaned everything. And I'm like, no, you didn't. Yeah, yeah, Dad. No, don't give yourself grace. Work harder. No, listen, you don't have to be that hard on yourself. But again, I think a lot of people skip the concept that in this world, when you want to accomplish something, you have to read, you have to watch, you have to educate. That is why it's so important that you go do your homework. You know, grace is not going to get you to that point. You are going to get yourself to that point. Believe in yourself, but educate yourself. Okay. Grace will not do that for you. It is up to you to read the good book. It is up to you to understand the lessons from the good book. It's up to you to go read about whatnot. It's up to you to go understand what you're getting yourself into and how to educate yourself. No, she wrote me and told me she didn't feel good. Grace, we don't expect anybody to be perfect, but we also expect for you to educate yourself. Okay. Right. Grace, you will be forgiven, but you also have to go educate. Okay. To kind of go down the same path there. Learn from your mistakes and don't repeat them. Right. Try not to repeat them, is what the good book says. Right. Um, everybody needs a teacher, and Faye West is amazing. Rustic Rose is amazing. But you're absolutely right. Teaching, and there's a lot of things out there besides me, is what I'm saying. Okay, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of great YouTube videos. There's a lot of great whatnot people, programs, reading information. Okay, about whatnot concepts, how to do things. Go look at a lot of that stuff and figure out which one fits your need. She's funny. She wrote me today, and I forgot to write her back. It was a busy day, Sandy. I was not in a position where I had any time. Um, and tomorrow will be pretty busy too, but I will give you a call probably tomorrow afternoon. A lot of bad advice too. Absolutely. Listen, do your research. Don't take anybody's advice at 100% because it's you and how you do things, and it's your store. And guess what? In saying that, you get to put the store hours on the front door. You get to paint the picture. You get to create the design. Okay. So, in that, understand there is some bad advice out there. There's a lot of even big sellers that are teaching the wrong things. Don't get caught up in the giveaway game. Okay. Don't get caught up in that lottery system. Okay. Oh, listen, if anybody, this is a buyer's giveaway. At the end of it, there's a $250 gift card, but you got to buy this right now. Buy this right now. Everybody, by buying this right now, you get into the giveaway. By buying, you're creating a lottery system. In the state of Oklahoma, it's illegal. Okay. And so, just the way they're running that and teaching that is incorrect. You don't want to ever go down that path. Again, all my giveaways, let's run a giveaway. I haven't run one tonight for you guys. I don't ever do any buyer giveaways just because of the dynamics of that. And I'm not saying it's wrong, or to me, I just don't. A giveaway, if you're in my room organically, I want to capture you. Okay. By doing a giveaway. Get out of this, all this shipping stuff real quick. And then you go look at their feedback and it's like, I never got my giveaway. You know what I'm saying? So not only did you create the lottery type giveaway system where you forced people, or you thought people thought by buying this they had a chance of winning this item, which sounds like a Powerball to me, does it not? You like, listen, go buy your numbers and you could possibly win 250 million. Same concept here is by buying this $2, $3 item, you could possibly win this $250 gift card. Just saying. Um, shows. So be careful going down that path. Okay. You don't need to. You want an organic following too. So if any of you are thinking about going there and spending $50 or whatever to get a shout out, don't do it. Spend it on yourself. Promote yourself. Buy the whatnot promotion tools. You know what I'm saying? Or the whatnot promotion things. Don't go in and, oh, they've got 200 people in their room, Brock. Well, they're probably not even in your category anyway, right? You want organic followers. Again, what happens, people go, oh, they have 200,000 followers, but there's only 60 people in the room. Half those people, if not more, are just there for the giveaways because they've utilized a system of popularity to create a huge following base, but they don't have a organic customer base. And so I'm after each and every one of you to try to create an organic following and customer base. Okay. Okay, giveaway time. I'm gonna add a giveaway real quick. Hey, Rustic, do you have the new update? Just curious if you have it, where it shows you the top sellers in each category and their rate, where they rate at, name, um, follow me, and then free stuff. Okay. I'm gonna do a giveaway real quick. In my giveaways, I give something physical. I try not to give away buyer gift cards. I think they are so unthoughtful. It's like at Christmas, you get a buyer gift card or you get a gift card. It's like you use it and you don't even remember where the money came from. So I try to give physical items. Um, and all, again, I do follow all state and federal regulations, the regulations and chances of winning, and the giveaway rules. And per my giveaways are posted in my profile under my name. You simply just copy and paste that into any browser, and you'll be able to read. That was written up by an attorney here in Oklahoma, and it pertains and legalizes me as to giveaways within the state. Do not utilize the giveaway system in any kind of lottery or chances of winning based on a purchase. All you have to do is follow me, and you could possibly win. So your son loves a cat pillow. Can you show that? Show what, Wendy? Okay, let's run the giveaway. Run now. What is it you want me to show? Oh, yeah, you want me to show you kind of some of the new updates? I don't think all of you have these yet. Okay, so when you go into your whatnot, right? You click on whatnot, you go home, right? Normally, the categories that you have been in or visited or like or sell in are at the top of your screen, right? So when I click on vintage antique jewelry, you'll see, click this off. This show has been boosted by viewers, so somebody's paid for a boost for them. So it does help. See where they're at on the page, right? Watch this. It shows the current item number they're on, what the last price was, or what. Let me see if one's going active here. Kind of gives you a little bit of information before you ever even enter the room as to what things are going for. But watch this. Then it shows the top sellers in that category. How many viewers are currently in there? We know that person really well, don't we? I know all these people. Okay. The Glitter Guild. She's running right now. But isn't that cool? And that's for every category. So if you don't have this, it's probably coming soon. Okay. But look, every show pops up what the last item sold for. Kind of that there's activity. Oh, like, oh, maybe that stuff seems a little up priced. She wants 120. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Like, know her from when she began. Touch of Midas came in here just like you guys and got all kinds of information from me. And she makes a lot of money on this platform. She's amazing. Go in there and ask her about me. She started right here with you guys. And I remember when she was a baby. She dresses up. She's amazing. Beautiful woman. Chanel, Gucci, Prada, Hermes. Okay. But isn't that cool? But also, what happens is if you guys premier shops, you get your own category. So this is what I was telling you guys earlier. Designers R Us 77. Again, go in there and ask her about me. Okay. Lots of information, what she does, how she's doing it, right here from this show. Okay. Look, there I am. Shows with momentum. Like I was telling you, these are people that there's a lot of conversation in. There is, again, that's on the main stinking page of Whatnot. Cool. Thanks, Whatnot. Shows with momentum. These are people that have activity in their room. Okay. People are talking, people are buying things, and I haven't sold anything. I'm on the front page. That's weird. Um, okay. Momentum shows means there's conversation. People are buying things. People are tapping the screen. If you tap heart my screen right now, okay. It's like being on the front page of Google. Everybody wants to be there, right? So do you. So, yeah, you get to window shop. Do you have that, Rustic Rose? Oh, listen, I enter y'all's rooms. A lot of you guys don't know this. I'm on the app and I enter a lot of y'all's rooms unannounced where you don't even know I'm in the room. I love just sitting back and watching a lot of you guys. I don't think so. You can't heart. Do you not have a touchscreen? Who's our winner? America Lux. She's got this down. Listen, it's Peeping Brock. My name's not Tom. Listen. Incognito. I do. I enter incognito a lot. I like just watching, and there are certain names that come up. Or if I see something, don't ever take it as a, especially if you're in your room and you're in these help shows. And if I see something, I'll try to reach out to you and say, hey, listen, might think about this or that. Or, hey, listen, this is against terms of service. Be careful. Even with, so a lot of you guys, you pick up information from me and then you go to other rooms and you pick up information too, which is fine. Like, but if I ever see something where somebody's taught you something incorrectly, I'll put you on track because I don't want you to ever get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that out there blatantly teaching things that are deceitful and against terms of service. And so, it's just like today I saw even some hosts stating, hey, listen, we have tickets for sale. And I'm like, to this meeting this weekend, I'm like, these tickets aren't transferable. You can't sell these tickets. Right. And so I'm like, no, whoever bought those tickets, whoever signed that waiver, that's who has to show up. Picture ID is required. So again, a lot of people trying to help, but they give a lot of misleading information, or they just don't know. And so, if I ever say anything, don't ever take it as I'm just trying to help. I did read your message. You called me a peeping Tom. How does that help? I read your message. It doesn't help you. What do you want me to respond? I can't help you. I can't help it. How does that help you artesians? Listen, it's all part of an algorithm. I can't make people buy things. I can't boost you to the top of the page. That's not how that works. It's all part of an algorithm and activity and correspondence and people buying things. I could help you. All those $20 rings, if you'll just sell them for $1, if you could get about 1,000 of those, some all for $1 a piece, I bet you we could get you on that front page. We do. And that's what I like is remember as we teach or as I teach this, um, it is our duty and our responsibility, just like as an American, to watch out for one another. This country is amazing. And when we see something or we know something, it's okay to speak up and have a voice. Um, and that is what makes this country so great, is that we as a civilization and as a country have decided what is good and what is bad. Okay. And I say that as a resident, as an American, not as a political Democrat or Republic or in between. I say that as American. We as Americans stand up for one another and look out for one another. And that's what we do on this platform. If you see something, say something, report it. Normally you'll get a response within 48 hours. There's amazing employees back there. When we police and allow whatnot and tell whatnot what's going on, they'll take care of it. They're the judges. But it's up to us to report when we see or we endure or something occurs that's not correct. And so I always tell people, don't just keep skipping. You see some room that that they're not from here and the deals are too good to be true and they just opened their account, report it. You know what I'm saying? And it happens. Or you see people selling fake Chanel or Gucci or Prada, report it. You know what I'm saying? One, it's against the law. And two, we don't want whatnot getting sued for not taking action by one of these large companies because guess where the fees fall back on? If they get sued for millions or billions or whatever, right? Like Chanel sued eBay, and that's probably why our fees on that platform went up, is because some of these big companies sued them. Same thing here. If we can really keep a finger on some of that crap, hopefully we can keep our fees down, right? Good night. Thank you for coming in. I hope you have a great week. So if you see something, say something at the end of the day. Amazing people behind the scenes. A lot of the whatnot employees are actually sellers on the platform and you won't even know it. They're actually enduring and understanding of the platform itself because they're utilizing the same aspects. Again, a lot of them are not big sellers. They're people in your class, okay, that have only maybe done 10 or 15 shows or 20 shows. They don't have a huge following. They don't tell nobody they work for the platform. Okay. You'll never know. But they are utilizing the same aspects and concepts that you are. So that's what makes this an amazing place, is that the people that are behind the scenes are actually right here doing what me and you do. And they do it for fun. It's not their first line of income, but they're playing with all the dynamics and the little gadgets and the starts and the ends and the shipping. So I am on TikTok. I am. I don't sell anything over there. I don't ever direct anybody off the platform. So if I say a name of another platform, I'm never directing you there. I'm telling you whatnot's the best place to be. My TikTok and my Instagram are both set up for more of a direction towards whatnot. not towards any other platform. Um, Hold on, I'll have to tell you what my names are. um, Pieces. It might be in my profile. Hold on. Or maybe I can join right here. Hold on, I'll tell you what my TikTok is. It's under my name. It's really hard for me, just so you guys know. Like I've kept all of my like Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff really locked down, especially my Facebook, because I share a lot of my personal family photos and stuff that's going on with me and on there, and so I really keep that locked down. So don't ever take it personally if I don't accept you on my Facebook. My name, it's just Brock Shumney, Shumny. That's my TikTok. Yeah, I promote all my stuff on there. Can you explain taxes for the money you make, or is there a pamphlet for that? Listen, I need to, Sherry. Or may it be a dumb question, but I'm just starting. So this is what I tell you, Sherry. I am not an accountant. I am not a lawyer. In owning businesses, at some point you might want to open up a business, okay, an LLC, probably recommended. Again, I don't know your financial status. I don't know anything about you. A limited liability company really holds you personally not responsible for the business. Okay, that's why it's a limited liability company, and it's probably one of the easiest ones to manage on that point and on that level. What I would recommend for you to do as you get started is to maybe open up your own bank account for whatnot. Okay, no other transaction but whatnot transactions. Anything you buy, anything you sell, all incoming payouts to that one account. Okay. Don't mix, match. And at the end of the year, you could say, this is my wins and this is my losses. Also understand there are some deductions that are legally can come out of that account. And that's where it gets a little quirky as far as what you can and can't do. And it's particularly pertaining to your state laws. Federal laws is for all of us. State laws can be a little bit different. So you might get with an accountant, a good one, say, hey, listen, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm going right now. Use that one account at the end of the year will make the process so much easier for you. Um, but there are some other deductions that most of us can apply as far as gas, travel, entertainment. Some of us can take off a portion of our house because we're using the office or the garage, air conditioning, electricity, water. Those are all being consumed as you run this business. And there's a lot of deductions. And so that's great. Don't ever really recommend anybody paying themselves. I mean, if you're making a lot of money, that's great, but you almost create a whole nother taxation. Okay. As far as, oh, I'm now giving myself a $10,000 check a month. Well, guess what? That gets taxed too. It's better that you utilize that business account for all your expenditures. You know what I'm saying? And so, but again, get with an accountant, get with a lawyer. If you don't have the money to kind of do that, you can jump on rocketlawyer.com and you can create your LLC and go down to the Secretary of State and file for that business name. Most states do have a Secretary of State account where you can jump on there and see if that name's available before you create that LLC. Did I go too far? The Tapper Clicker is an amazing tool. I'm not going to go too much into that because I was asked to take it off the platform. Okay. It's not technically against any kind of rules or regulations. And I understand the listen, I just play well with others. So I did take it off. And I won't go too far into it. It's one thing I was like, listen. But I play well with others. Again, it creates activity. I didn't write the algorithm. I can't prove that tapping on the screen does anything for you, but if you go Google what does tapping on the screen or whatnot do, you'll get a whole like list. Tapper chickens. Oh, interesting. Are you? Listen, thank you guys for all being here. Somebody's using a tapper on my thing right now. I can tell. Um, but if you ever have any questions as you go through this, send me a DM. You get mixed up, you get confused, send me a message. I will tell you that I'm not a big raid train person. Raid trains can be very, very beneficial. I don't like running 30-minute hour shows, and it's not my thing. Um, I will, I get a lot of questions asking me to be on them. Hey, I'm doing this veteran raid train, or I'm doing this firefighter, or I'm doing for this organization or that, or we're doing an Oklahoma raid train. I'm just not too big on it, and so don't take it personally if I say, "Hey, thank you so much." Not really my deal. Even my mods are wanting to do a raid train, and they're like, "Brock, say yes," and I'm a hard sell. I really am. I'll do it for them, and it's just not really my thing. But I think it's a great way of meeting people. It's a great way of getting other people's customers into your show. You know what I'm saying? So that can be very beneficial for you new sellers is to be jumping on those raid trains. I think it's also very beneficial for you guys to set up a certain time on a certain day and be repetitive. I know that Susie comes on at 7 o'clock every Thursday and she has amazing stuff. In the beginning, I've never been that person. I've made it at this point, kind of, you know what I'm saying? I'm still mediocre. I'm not huge. Um, but I think raid trains can be very, very good for you guys and the repetitiveness. If you jump on a raid train, have quality stuff. Nobody can ever say you lost customers or you lost viewers because you didn't have quality items. Okay. That is where a lot of people get mixed up is they jump on raid trains. You new sellers, if you're jumping on there, bring the goods. Okay. They're bringing you the customers. You're in a raid train, bring the goods. Okay. I do. We see. If you tap on the screen right now, I see hearts. Mhm. Listen, if you're jumping on a 30-minute raid train, let's say you need to have at least 20 items. You're jumping on an hour raid train, I'd say at least a good 50, 60, 70 items. Okay. Might probably won't sell them all, but I would say the expectation's there. You can rock and roll. It's easy to run 30, 40, 50, 60 items in an hour. Okay. Any questions? Anybody want to co-host? I'd love to meet somebody this evening that I've never met before. Or if you have something you would like to add to the show, this is your point. Realize there's 37 people in here. You might make friends with somebody. How do you set up shipping for big but lightweight items? For big but lightweight, so it's going to have to fit in that box. Probably going to be priority mail. Again, seller hub down at the middle, up top right. Okay. You'll click on the three little lines. You'll go down. You'll create your shipping profile. Okay. Big bulky item, but it's lightweight. Okay. The dimensions and the weight will determine that. More than likely, it's going to go ground or priority. If not, you can, and if it's in a flat rate, it's going to be $9.21, right? First time in my show? Welcome to the family. First time in my show. Well, welcome to the family. Again, I do this every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Liz, make your profile wording like really pop. Okay. Let me turn you around real quick. Okay. I know what it says because I see your name. Okay. If I covered up your name, all the other kind of distracts and it's really hard to read. So if you'll go in here and really make those words pop from the background, people will really be able to read it. And I know you can do it because I'm looking at your shows. And this is what I'm talking about, you guys. Okay. She's got this down. Vintage Pyrex number 471, Town and Country, 1 pint casserole baking dish, no lid. My wife dropped hers, and I was looking for this particular item. Okay. After about 3 weeks, her item is going to be findable on Google. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste this and show you guys kind of what I'm talking about here. Okay. So when I type that in, it shows me all the available items, right? If you're on your phone, you can turn it to, and so this is where by using that information, it will guide you to whatnot as well. Okay. So that is why it's so important to enter that information because it becomes findable on Google. Okay. And if my wife broke that one, I'd be able to find her really easy. Okay. Yeah. After about 3 weeks, your items pop up on Google. So it's so, so important. No, no, never, never. If you would just allow me to add you to my account, you could go in and do all that on your own. Christy and them, Christy and Amber's on my account, so they can just go in there and do whatever the heck they want. Only thing they can't do is delete my account. So again, it's big and bulky. You didn't tell me the dimensions. You didn't tell me the weight. So this is my thought process. Does the item fit in a flat rate box? How much is the item? Okay, is somebody going to spend $9.21 on flat rate shipping? If not, what's it going to cost to send priority mail? What's it going to cost to send ground mail? Um, I would set it up with the option of being able to choose both of those, priority and or flat rate. When you go in there to create the label, you can play with it and edit it and see which one is best. But as far as your profile set up on that shipping, I would leave both on and put in the dimensions of the box and then the poundage. Okay. Yes, she has. She's done, I think, 2 shows from her store. Now, how do you run the big lightweight items? Mini tree. Go watch YouTube. You can go back and watch this entire show. Okay. Go through there and create you some profiles. Okay. Step by step, not just one, several profiles. Okay. Create you several profiles. And then as you're running your show, you can edit and select the shipping profile that meets that item's needs. Okay. Again, big but lightweight. You're working with dimensions versus ounces or pounds, right? And so just because it's really lightweight doesn't save you any money because the dimensions are big. Also, think about turning on local media. If you want to sell a dresser or something super heavy, you can turn on local meetup where somebody locally can buy it. I'm telling you guys, utilize Facebook Marketplace to share your shows. If you've got a big old heavy item that you're going to run, you can run it, and hopefully some people from your local. Okay, market yourself on Facebook Marketplace on whatnot with whatnot. Okay, yeah. But again, the dimensions, you're not telling me your dimensions, so it's really hard for me to tell you. I don't know if I'm talking about a guitar. I don't know if I'm talking about a dresser. I don't know if I'm talking about something that'll fit on a flat rate. You're I can't answer a question without all the information, okay? Because again, one size does not fit all. Lady, listen, she hasn't invited me back either. Don't feel bad. But the best thing to do is go back, rewatch this show. I am on YouTube, okay? Or you can purchase the rewatch, or if you bought anything in the show today, you can go under activity and you can watch the entire show. Go to video receipts and you can rewatch this entire show for the next 30 days, okay? You know what I'm saying? I want to help you, but I'm not really for sure what I'm dealing with. And so in that, my the best thing you do is set up a shipping profile at 12 and then turn on flat rate and or priority mail and use that shipping profile to run your item. Now, if it doesn't fit in a 12, you need to make sure that you're adding the correct dimensions. Okay. Again, all you do is seller hub, top right hand corner, little pop up. You'll see three little lines. You'll click on the three little lines, scroll down the page to about shipping profiles. Click on shipping profiles. You go to add, little plus sign up in the corner. Okay. And you'll create you shipping profiles. Look at those. Do your homework. Understand what you're choosing, what you're turning on, what you're turning off. Okay. Um, you know, but create you several different profiles that'll show up in your shows. Your kids are going to be late to school. What time is it there? It's only 11:20 here. I've only been on for 4.5 hours. That's not too bad. Sometimes these shows run 8, 12 hours. 12:20. Yeah. It's not that difficult. I promise you. Once you get the hang of it, and if I'm going too fast, best $4 you'll spend right here. You do this several times. Nothing's painful. It's only hard if you make it hard. It seems hard, it seems confusing, but is it worth it? Absolutely. Create you several different profiles. Okay. This is what I use. Most of my packages are under 16 ounces. This is what the big sellers will tell you to turn on. Okay. That's a picture of the actual screen. Okay. How to ship things for 74 cents. Domestic shipping 1 to 5. Domestic shipping 10 pounds plus. Best practices. Okay. My whatnot page, or excuse me, my YouTube page. And then all the fabulous people that we love. 2 sponsors. Rustic Rose is on here. Okay. It is a lot of great knowledge. The thing is you need to create you several different shipping profiles and understand that you can edit your item before you ever start it. You're telling whatnot every time you start that auction what shipping profile you're using. You're telling it what the poundage is, what the dimensions are, how much you want to start it at. before you ever push start, remember there's an edit, and that edit enables you to change back and forth. Okay. Absolutely. It's a big basket. Oh, you're not going to fit that in a flat rate. You're going to have to run that as priority mail. You run that at priority mail, and you're probably looking at what, a 16, 16, 10, 6, or an 8, somewhere in there. Um, what is it, a Lamburger? And so, to me, it won't fit in a flat rate because it's going to be too tall. You're going to ship it either flat priority or ground. Ground's probably going to be the cheapest for you. Again, sometimes that's determined by the lane. And so, what I would do is I'd just put in the dimensions of a package or box you can put it in, and then the poundage. Does it weigh 5 pounds? No, be accurate. Whatever it weighs. Those baskets, unless it's just huge, probably only weighs 2 or 3 pounds. The actual auction, absolutely. So again, when you create, okay, let's go in here and create one. Okay, you're going to run your basket. More than likely, you probably want to create a quality listing because you want this to go in your bin just in case it doesn't sell. Okay. Now, if you're just going to run it in your show, let me take that off real quick. If you're just going to run that in a live show, just create a temporary listing. Okay. If you don't think it's going to sell and you want it in your bin, you're going to run a quality listing. But all you're going to do is create temporary listing. And as long as you've created those profiles, like I've just talked about, this is going to be an option. Create temporary. Okay. Product name. Um, Shipping profiles. This is what I'm talking about. If you set up a profile with 5 pounds, you can select that one. Okay. I don't know if I have any baskets in my pictures. Hold on. I'm going to use this picture. It's not a basket, but watch. Okay. Over to my left, I've now created that listing for that basket. Again, you can create a quality listing or you can do what I just did. Okay. You're going to click on that and you're going to start auction. Okay. Now, if you didn't want to do that's for a temporary. Okay. Let's say you're wanting to create, okay, a quality listing. I'm going to go up to my profile picture. Okay. I'm going to go over to inventory. Okay. Under inventory. Now, understand anything that you create in inventory, you have to throw it into your live shows. Okay. So let me take you off here real quick. This is inventory. So I'm going to go up here to the right hand corner and I go create product. Okay. You're going to go to recent categories or whatever category you want to choose. We'll just pick vintage antique. Big bird baskets. I'm going to put bin on here just so I can differentiate between the two. Big, ugly basket or whatever, right? Big pine basket, whatever you want to put in your description. I'm just playing around here. You can select one, condition, excellent, type. Okay. As long as you select the category of like basket, it's going to give you some. Okay. Then over here to the right, you're going to tell it. You can accept sellers. You can turn on where you can run a flash sale. Okay. Reserve for lives, where it only runs when the lives are running. Okay. Shipping profile. Again, guess what? These are the profiles you set up for yourself. So we're going to choose 5 pounds. Okay. Then I'm going to publish it. Okay. It's now published in my store, in my live. Okay. Again, when you create inventory in your bin, it's not automatically in your live show. You have to tell it. Scroll down here at the bottom, which you can see. You have more than 20 items. Okay. You're going to scroll down and you're going to say, show me all my items or show me 100 of my items. Okay. These are all my inventory. Whatnot automatically recognizes these, so you will not, like, let's say you're like, well, I'm not for sure if it's in this show or that show. It's okay. It will not repeat itself. Okay. You come right up here and you can toggle all of your items on or off. Okay. Then you come down here and you can tell it what show you want it to be in. Okay. So you're going to go to add show. Shows me all my shows to include this show. I'm going to push select, telling it to throw it into every show. Now, all these other items are already in there. It will not repeat itself. Okay. It already recognizes it's there. I've just now added it to every show. Okay. All right. So now we're going to go back to our live show where we're at right now. Okay. And now when you go under my buy it now here, you're going to see it somewhere. If it's there yet, we'll see. Why don't I just type in Big Bird? It's not there quite yet. I'm still in progress, see? But it will show up in my bin in just a second, okay? And so once it makes it to your bin, okay, once it makes it to your bin, you can start it in your live show now. You've thrown it in there. So right now I can say, listen, I'm going to start this item and I'm going to run it as flash sell. I can edit that item. You get me? I'm waiting for it. It should be here. Oh. Again, any of these items I can run. These are all bin items. Also, I do consignments, just so you guys know. I charge a 25% flat fee. I ask that it be of quality. I don't necessarily like selling let's see if I re-up this. There it is. Okay, so now it's showed up in my bin. Okay, you see that? And now if you were doing a live show, you can come over here and you go, listen, time to run this thing. Okay, it's running now. Big Bird basket. Okay, see what I just did? Does that help you out in any way, shape, or form? Again, you get to control the shipping. You tell Whatnot what it is, what the dimensions are, what it weighs. Listen, it doesn't. I would be fitting everything in one box if you can possibly do so. It's stupid not to. If it you can fit it all in one box and comfortably get it from point A to point B, you're fine. So what happens is when I ran that, I told Whatnot this is a 5 pound box. Okay. That is my setting. You have to create your own shipping profiles. And that way, when you run, you choose which profile meets that need. And that is why it's so important to create several, not just one. Okay. And you can swap back and forth in between any profile. Okay. So what happens is it's you just told Whatnot to run that at 5 times 16 ounces, whatever that is. Okay. And so you tell it, listen, this is 5 pounds, this is 1 pound. They buy two of these items, they're going to throw it together and say, now this is a 6 pound package. They're going to combine it unless you tell it under that setting not to. Okay. And you can do that. But they're going to take their entire order of everything they purchased and they're going to add it up for you. And they're going to say, listen, this is now a 5 pound package because they bought the basket and a 1 pound package because they bought the lens. And they're going to throw it together and they're going to say, this is now a 6 pound package. It doesn't, you can set it that way. You don't have to set it that way though. I wouldn't have. No, you need to be precise because this is the thing is that basket will not fit in a flat rate box. You need to be particular and you need to be accurate in what you tell Whatnot that thing weighs and its dimensions, or it's going to cost you money. That's exactly right. You, again, go in there, play with your profiles. Okay. You need to go in there, and this is the thing is you need to go in there and you need to go in there and play with your profiles and really have an understanding. Again, Seller Hub, top right hand corner, three little lines. Click on that, scroll down. You'll see where it says shipping profiles. Click on shipping profiles. Top right hand corner, there's a little plus sign. You can add profiles. Go through there and add yourself a bunch of different profiles. Okay. They automatically show up in your shows. They automatically show up for your bin items or your inventory items. Okay. Many that is not true. They do take dimensions into account. When you go in there to do it on your phone, okay? When you go in there and you create those profiles, it does, and you can put in dimensions. Yeah, absolutely. Again, go in there and play with it a little bit more. You'll find it. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, watch. I'll flip the camera around and show you. Again, it's easiest on your phone. Okay, so going to Whatnot, we're going to go down to our Seller Hub. Scroll off the messaging right now. Just left swipe off the conversation, the chat. Seller Hub. Okay. Let me back out of this so you can actually see all this good stuff. Okay. So you're going to go to Seller Hub. Okay. Seller Hub, this is what you should see. You're going to go up here to the three little lines. Okay. You're going to scroll down to shipping settings. Okay. You are now creating a new, okay, profile. You can click on profiles. You're going to go up to add. Come on, Brock. There we go. Okay. You're going to name it. Maybe it's basket. Okay. You're going to tell this sucker, hey, this weighs 5 pounds. And I'm showing you this because you've told me this does not fit in a flat rate, or there's kind of an easier way. Okay. But in this situation, we're going to call this basket, we're going to call it a 5 pound package. Okay. We're going to tell this is where you get to decide, set the maximum number of items to put into this package. Well, listen, I only want the basket to be in there by itself. And so what I'm pretty much saying is, if you buy this basket, you're going to pay this price, and any other item you add to this, it's going to go in a separate box. Dimensions. I have no idea what your actual dimensions are, but we're going to just make it 16, 12, 12. Okay. You can also, y'all's probably doesn't have this, so we'll just, don't worry about that. Okay. You now have a basket, and this will show up in your, when you go to start your auction. Okay. This will now be a choice. Okay. And the only reason we did that is because you told me that it was a kind of an awkward size package and it weighed this, and I want to put it by itself. If we didn't want to do that, you can go in here and edit this. Oh, come on, don't be mean. We can take that off where it's like, listen, we can put whatever you want. And realize you can unbundle things when you go to do your shipping, okay? And I can change this to 2. Okay. You get me? Anything weird you need to, yeah, you'll probably have to create a custom profile for, because it doesn't fit in a 12, 12, 12, and it doesn't fit in a flat rate box. Now, if it fits in a flat rate, you don't have to worry about all that crap. You know what I'm saying? You can just create one and run it over and over and over using that profile because it fits that one's needs. Okay. Do I have any gold? Listen, what do you mean, do I have any gold? I've got a ton of gold. I was going to go sell the other day and I changed my mind. I've got about, here's just a little bit on my desk. Oh, we're switching you. Hold on. Just a little bit. I've got about, 22 ounces, I think, that I'm willing, that's scrap, and I think I'm going to go roll maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Depends on price. Again, if you're doing estate sales, you're going to want to put it 12, 12, 12, and turn on. Um, you're going to want to select priority mail, and you're going to want to select flat rate. Okay. That is what your profile should have looked like if you're running like that. Okay. Just select those on. Anything around 1 gram. I don't run gold on this platform normally of my own. I keep a lot of my real gold just because the price will only go up. It's supposed to be at 6,000 by the end of the year. And this is a seller's help show, so I'm not going to run it. I won't run anything tonight anyway, except for things in my bin. But yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah, just when you are doing those big sales and those estate sales, go in there and set up 12, 12, 12, and then priority mail and then flat rate mail. That way, okay, it's showing for the customer. That 921 normally is what it's showing. Yeah, absolutely. Let me go in here and I'm pinning it. I hope that helped. I hope I helped you in some way, shape, or form. See, pin item. There you go. Now you get it. Again, any profile you set up will automatically go into your live show. And it's kind of based off if you create an inventory item or if you create a temporary or quality item. Um, but some of those weird items also, you guys, you can toggle on local pickup. Now, if you do local pickup, make sure that you putting yourself in a safe position, um, good lighting, maybe in front of the police station, at the local library, well lit parking lot. A lot of you ladies don't go do it by it yourself. I don't want something to happen to you. So absolutely. Yeah, I do too. I name each one of those. So when you're creating those profiles, make sure you're naming them. That way, when you go to sell something, you know exactly what that profile is, right? And so normally I'll say 5 pound, 2 pound, 1 pound, 4 ounce, 2 ounce, whatever, right? Busy grocery store. That works. Yeah. So I'm really thinking about something, you guys. If you don't know, we own a bunch of commercial property, and I own a bunch of buildings and warehouses, pretty much is what they are. And I'm thinking about expanding. And me and Emily talked a little bit about this today. If it's something that I'm wanting to get into, is I have an empty 6,000 square foot building right now, and heated, cooled, just really, really nice office area. And I've thought about a direction of whatnot on a bigger scale. And so still thinking about it, still contemplating about it. Do I want to go down that realm? Can I handle that realm? Um, and our buildings are fairly close to the house. So Emily goes, Brock, but you run really late sometimes. I'm like, listen, I'll just put a bunk bed over there. I can just go take a nap when I'm done. But I've had some opportunities show up on my plate that I just don't know. It's different than jewelry, but you know, um, I have the warehouse space, so I'm thinking about going that direction. I'll continue down the jewelry, but uh, I've had some opportunities, and so we'll see. I'm gonna have to think about it. Honestly, I'm gonna have to think about it. Do I want to put myself? I'm already busy. Yeah, you just have to understand. I'm an all-in type of person, so that's how that rolls. I push myself really, really hard sometimes physically and mentally, and so I have to be careful. But you know, I'm contemplating on growing at a level of a huge warehouse and running some really big shows. That's what I'm contemplating. Right now, I just kind of work out of my home, out of my office. Um, but we have buildings, and so I could really grow because I have the connections as well. So again, we've owned some large companies, and I don't want to ever own that large of a company ever again because of the taxes and the headaches and all the red tape and having 150 employees is a nightmare. I loved every one of them, but it's a nightmare. So I don't want to ever grow that big ever again. It's just not fun. I'm currently retired. I've been retired for a couple years. Um, I started having severe seizures and medical conditions, and so I walked away, and Emily ran it for a couple years, kind of by herself because I couldn't do anything. Um, so we had a huge textile mill where we pretty much processed and sold 8 to 12 million pounds of textiles yearly. And then we also had an auction company where I represented all the state and federal agencies in the state of Oklahoma, along with some estate sales and that kind of stuff here and there, but mainly big surplus. police seizures, tractors, backhoes, cars, anything that was state surplus. I did that for 16 years, and that was just kind of fun. I enjoyed it. And so, but I kind of gave up both of those. We sold our businesses and, um, you know, just kind of hanging out, you know? That's the question. Will it be fun? That's the question. Will it be fun? And my thought process is this. I have a son that is 17 years old, and he showed some interest in this, and it is bigger than me. I can put him on the direction of it, but make it a generational thing. Whereas our other businesses, our kids didn't want anything to do with. This, my son has interest in, and eventually he will own all of our properties, right? And so him and my daughter will own our properties, and so setting him up as far as growth. It isn't just necessarily about me and having fun, but it's also creating a livelihood and a business for my son. So he has, and he loves it, and he's begging to do another. He wants to do another. He's a 17-year-old man, and he needs to experience some more. He is very laid back and very easy person, and so definitely some growth, right, that needs to happen there as far as how things work. It's like, hey, listen, I want to come run the show, but I don't want to ship everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, this is part of this aspect. You don't just get to sell it. Now you need to come in here and physically ship it all and understand the inner works. And what I'm talking about is a huge growth. And so um, he's definitely interested. Lucy, isn't it fun? I love that's another thing about it is that it's not about just selling stuff. It's behind the scenes when you're out looking and searching and making deals and finding things. And it's not just you, it's your family. Your son, your daughter, your wife, your spouse is with you. And it's that time. You're not spending at a job from 8 to 4, right? You're out in the wilderness with your family, and the amount of time you are able to, yes, I'm working, but normally my wife is somewhere really close and there's interaction, and I love that. She's out traveling shows with me, or she's out buying stuff with me. So I love that part of it. Um, Again, when I tell sellers, why do I sell jewelry? It's small. It's lightweight. Okay. It's easy to ship. Okay. There is less likely of damage. Okay. Because it's not glass. And so, whatever business approach we take to this, I will still have that type of concept in my brain. I don't want to be selling big, heavy things. I don't want to be selling things that it takes pallet jacks and 10, 15 pound boxes. I'm not interested in that. I've been doing that for 20 years. All of our boxes were 5, 10, and 25 pounds. And then our bells were like 1,000 to 16, 1,700 pounds a piece. I have no interest in that. I want to deal with small, easier items to ship, no matter what it is. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. What is all this stuff sitting up here on my desk? I didn't buy this stuff, did I? I must have. All right, goes in the tub somewhere. You know, And think of that. You know, I listen to a lot of the whatnot speakers and the host and um, the people that I will tell you whatnot. Their thought process is a generational company, which is great for you and I. And so they don't want this to just be me. They want my kids. They want my grandkids. They want to continue. Um, and we do see a lot of competition arising with companies that have been around for decades. Um, but Whatnot started this, and they definitely have the market as far as live auctions and how this is ran and done. And I hope that some of the shipping concepts become easier for folks. It's just really hard because of the dynamics. You know what I'm saying? 3 or 4 shows a week. Yeah. Yeah. Not me. I'm not interested in 3 or 4 shows a week. Danny might, but I'm not. Maybe 2 or 3. That's all I'm after. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I also run super long. So, I'd rather run 2 or 3 shows at 8 to 12 hours than 3 or 4 shows or 5 shows a week at 4 or 5 hours. I want all that freedom I can possibly get. And that's me. Every other day. Like, listen, if that's your goal, great. Listen, I love my freedom. I love running a long show once or twice a week and then having the rest of the time to myself. So absolutely. To do your first show, okay. If you'll use that code, I'll put it in my show. I'll put it in the live right now, okay? By using this code, what happens is this. You have to use that within like a week. Okay. So just save that code for now until you're ready to get going. Once you're ready to get going, just paste that into any browser. It'll come up and it'll tell you all the pretty much the rules. Okay. I can tell those to you. You have to run at least a 2 hour show. Okay. You have to sell at least $250 and you have to have 10 unique buyers. Okay. Which all of those things are super easy if you do your homework. Okay. Meaning this, have 10 people in the real world that come in and join that show. And then what you do is you say, listen, will you come hang out with me? This is my show. I'm doing it tonight. What is Whatnot? Oh, you don't know what Whatnot is? Let me send you my code where you get free $15 to buy something in my show tonight. You get the $15 that they're spending. You get another $5 for them using your referral code. Okay. So you've made $20 off this transaction already. Okay. Are your wheels spinning just a little bit? Okay. In that, what will happen is you also will get $150 for using that code and meeting those minimum requirements. So doing your first show, you should come out way ahead. Do the math here. Count $150. You have 10 people that come in and buy something and use their code, that referral code for 15 bucks. There's $150. Then you get another $50 because you referred them. Is the math adding up? Your first show should be a success. Okay. You can really set yourself up. Yeah. You should, you could really set yourself up. And people say, "Oh, listen, I only had 3 or 4 people. My show sucked or whatever." In my mind, honestly, in my mind, when somebody says that to me, it tells me they didn't do their homework, that they didn't think about the concept. Okay. What not sets you up for success? When you go somewhere or you do something, you have a support system in this life, right? That support system should come with you to whatnot. Listen, just come support me. Sign up, use this referral code. You get free money. I get free money. I get to sell you something. You get something great. If I meet $250 in sales, I'm on there for 2 hours and I have 10 unique, I get another extra $150. I mean, how do you fail is my question. And so with you, when you sign up for a seller's account, what you will have is up here. Let me switch you around. You will have this little gift box. Okay. When you use my code, you're going to get this little gift box under Seller Hub. You'll click on that and then you can do refer friends and earn credit. And you guys might even get more. Okay. Referrals will auto follow and we will see your shows first on the app for 7 days. You're going to copy that post. Okay. When you make a purchase, you get $15. I earn $5 by you using my code. You're going to say, hey, friends, family, softball team, mom, sister, aunt, uncle, church community, bowling team, right? You're going to say, hey, here's my code. Let me, and you'll have one. You're going to say, here's my code. Okay. You send it to them in an email, send them in, however you want to do it. There's even a way to QR code it. Okay. Kind of hard to lose when you have all these incentives. Be prepared. And a lot of people just don't know about these. You might be able to come up with 10 relatives. That's more than me. That's more than me. Definitely more than me. I've got a mom and dad that have been in prison all my life. I've got a couple sisters out there. Who knows who they are, what they are. Yeah. You got more than me. I will. Absolutely. If you're thinking about doing that sponsorship, again, I need to get with Faye West Design. She's kind of recreated the back where I think I can fit some more people on here. I had to play with it a little bit, but for every 250 of these, we do a sponsorship. It's $50 a spot. I'm gonna kind of get with her and see. And you know, again, as you do this, you guys make friends. Always be open to there are smarter people with better ideas than you. If you're a person that you think you know it all, I promise you, you don't. Okay. Be open and be willing to listen. I know I talk a lot on these shows, but anytime I've entered a business meeting or I've entered a room, I look for the quietest person in the room because that's normally the boss. That's normally the person that makes all the decisions. Normally, the person that talks the most has the least amount of power. And so normally the smartest or the big dog is the quietest person in the room because they're listening and they're taking everything in. But in me saying that, I have surrounded myself with amazing people, amazing mods with they not only represent themselves, but they represent me. And so when you take on people, make sure that they represent you and who you are as well. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? And in that growth will definitely prosper not only in your friendship but in your shows and your growth. I have an aunt and her first husband that you might know. Her name was Wanda Short from Oliver, from Bolivar, and her husband's name was Gene Short. I don't know. Sarah Stillman is related to me, Linda. Um, all the Stillmans, all the Shumneys, some Heaths. What other name, dude? Tuckers. Those are all family to me. Listen, don't even worry about that one guy. I still get people in my shows talking craziness and dropping silly stuff, and don't even worry about it, okay? Listen, I don't ever let them affect me. Where does everybody get their pretty thumbnails? They create them. A lot of people do Chat GPT. There's all kinds of services out there. I was going to tell you, I use Fotor, Fotor sometimes. But Chat GPT, a lot of people use that, and you can be really creative on there, and you get so many free a day. So 2 years, not bad. There's all kinds of programs. This AI, um, it's kind of scary to me. I was thinking today, I know this is off subject, but AI, with where we're going in technology and the ability, what I think it's a good thing. In 5 years, medically, where are we going to be? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell Chat GPT and AI, like, are you actually going to see a doctor? Or are you just going to tell it your symptoms and it tell you what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Interesting, huh? I think in 5 years, our technology and our medical is just going to be out of this world. I am so hopeful for cures, cancer, and all these things. I think that we're going to find cures within the next few years. So, and hopefully find a way to really minimize these microplastics that really affect our brains. So, Lucy, I understand. Yeah, I do. I think you're going to see it. I think to a point you will always have to have real doctors, but I think that you will really be able to diagnose a lot without ever seeing anybody. So we'll see. In a way, they are. They just go based off medical books. Okay, a lot of it's gestation. I agree. I am 100% with you. It's big business, isn't it? Big business. Big business. Did you guys see that? Again, I shared Star 988 suicide prevention. The guy off Storage Wars committed suicide today. And so um, that's pretty sad stuff. Again, if you're ever in a deep, dark place, you need somebody to talk to. The gambler committed suicide today. Suicide prevention, Star 988. If you ever need to talk to somebody, there's counselors and doctors there 24 hours a day. We lose way too many people. Mental illness is definitely a crisis within this country. And so you guys reach out. If you ever need to talk to somebody, whether it be me or one of those folks, listen, you don't ever have to battle that darkness alone, but you definitely have to tell somebody about it. So don't be afraid to do that. Uh, White guy, he kind of a heavier set guy. They found money behind that picture that one time. Him and his son were kind of doing it. Not Barry, the one that drove the fancy cars, or Dave, the yup guy. He's a white guy, and he had kind of a little bit of a beer belly, gray headed, probably in his early 60s. Yeah, yeah. Daryl called him the gambler. Was he really 67? Wow. I was watching a thing of Chumley from Pawn Stars. I cannot believe. I think he did like 168 episodes, and for that one season, he got paid like $125,000 per episode, and he said he blew through all of it. I'm like, do what? Do what? Yeah, it's still pretty young. Yeah, 125,000 an episode, and you blew through all of it. Man, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? It's part of being young and dumb, right? Sitting where we're all sitting now, it's like, listen, I've got a little experience. What I would do with that money is invest it and just live off the interest. Listen, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you being here. I'm going to call it quits a little early tonight. I've got a busy day tomorrow. I've got a couple doctor's appointments and um, some personal things that we'll be dealing with. And so I'm going to call it quits for the evening. I thank you. I hope that you've learned something. Again, you can always rewatch these shows on YouTube. Or if you bought something, you can go in there and just go to your activity and watch the video, and you can watch the entire show. As you go down this journey, again, Whatnot is an amazing place. It's an amazing platform with very competitive pricing, a lot of help. Um, don't be afraid. The biggest thing is have fun. Enjoy every minute. You have one life, and you get to decide what you put your energy into. And it has been very rewarding, not just financially, but the friendships, the experiences. I would say, would I do it again? A million times over. And, you know, get going, have fun, put the effort in, do your homework, understand how to do things, realize there's a lot of money on the table to just do your first show. Get your family involved, get your friends involved. Most importantly, love life, love what you have, love the people around you, your kids, your family. Um, and this is a great place to make a little extra money. Uh, remember, God created you with a purpose, and your purpose has meaning. And no matter how dark those days can get, there is a bright light outside that window, and it's waiting for you. And so open that window, breathe that fresh air, and just enjoy life. Don't take anything for granted. Be thankful no matter what you have. You know, remember, he says to us, he's implanted a seed dark within us. No matter where we are or what's going on, we know it and we feel it. And so, again, I thank each and every one of you. God bless you. Have a wonderful week. Be safe if you're traveling. And know that I'm here every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock, unless something comes up that's super crazy. And I'll try to help you in any way, shape, or form. Tag me in your shows. I don't read a whole lot of my messages when people are sharing shows. Tag me in your live show. Um, come check me out. Hey, disabled vet, come check me out. And I'll come in anonymously and I might say hi, I might not. But then come back on Wednesday and ask me if I came in, and I'll give you my synopsis. My thought process for you. Thank you guys. You guys have an amazing evening, and we'll see you soon. Okay. I'm trying to get my first show, but still worried about shipping. Debbie, go watch my show on YouTube. Okay. We'll come back next week. Good night. Good night.